Good evening and welcome back to WillBrattonWx. We are going to be live for the next couple of hours covering what could be a couple of spin-up tornadoes being possible in the northern Midwest. So we're looking at areas like Wisconsin and the UP of Michigan. We've got a lot to cover today because there's also a lot of precipitation going on down in Texas. Of course, right now we have like 24 flash flood warnings in place, which is kind of insane. We also have a handful of other severe storms that are going to be possible in different areas around the country this evening. Yeah, I just turned it off for a second. The chat, by the way, I turned that off by complete accident. I it's a long story. It's not a long story. I just clicked the wrong button. Oh, I don't know what I just did there either. I'm just pushing like every wrong button tonight, but that's okay. Anyway, currently what's going on around the map, we have a handful of severe thunderstorm warnings in place really everywhere. There's 6 of them right now active. We have a pair of them out here in Wisconsin, and then we have one out in Idaho here, not terribly far to the south of Boise, near Hot Springs, Idaho, where we've got up to 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail on this guy. It wouldn't shock me to see this up to half-dollar size hail. It's definitely a solid hail core, and it's not insanely like sheared. It's not too sheared, and it's not too little sheared. It's kind of just right. Wouldn't shock me to see that one be a little large. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning in place in Georgia. This one is going to be out here near Dudley and Allentown, Dexter and Chester out here in Georgia, where we have what looks to be just a pop-up storm that's producing some gusty winds, as it's most likely just going to be a pole storm that collapses and then it pushes out a bunch of gusty winds in all directions. You can actually see what appears to be kind of part of a 360-degree outflow boundary from some sort of a downbursting scenario with that cell. Out in New Mexico, we also have a severe thunderstorm warning in southeast New Mexico. This one is to the east of Artesia. That one's tagged for 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail, and that cell looks to be really falling apart. So I don't expect it to last a ton more time. And then finally, down in Florida, we are looking at to the west of Lake City and the north of Tennell, near areas like Foley, Cooks Hammock, and Salem. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning in place here. This one's going to be for Lafayette and Taylor counties here in Florida. And this one's just nothing crazy with this, just those 60-mile-per-hour winds and that small hail. Nothing insanely damaging, but storms that could cause a little bit of damage for sure, especially for any loose items that you may have outside. And then we did just get this new pretty much extension on this severe thunderstorm warning. So it's just kind of a more expansive one. This one you just saw on your screen just a minute ago. So now this one's also going to include Madison County here in Florida. We're in that North Florida region, kind of at the edge of the panhandle. All right, I gotta get caught up in the chat because I haven't read a single message yet since we went live. So give me a second. Let's see if I can catch up. I see a lot of familiar faces out there. We got Storm Team 41. A lot of our members out there. I see Logan. I see Cruz. See Tufts. I see Nightblades. Crush on Country. Angel. What do we got? Blake's out there. Brantley is out there. Kevin out there in the chat. Talking about the smoke. Lorian, of course, out there as always. See, who else do we got? Alan in the chat. Mason Weather in there as well. Just subbed on my other account. Well, I really appreciate that, Brantley. Bro, cheesing? Yeah, all right, bro. Lauren said, OMG, I can see my name on the screen. Nah, I just disabled the chat because I accidentally closed. So, okay, the way I do it is we pop out the chat from YouTube Studio and just do a browser source. And I accidentally closed out of the tab. That was the chat window, so it just went away. That was an oopsie. I just hit the wrong button. I was trying to move it. I'm driving down in Hoover, Alabama, getting You are not getting slabbed. Bro, people just be throwing around that word. What do I think about Central Ohio tomorrow? So I think tomorrow has the potential to be a pretty decent day. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to go live for it as I'm going to be out of town tomorrow. But if we take a look at the Storm Prediction Center's day one outlook here, they have gone ahead this afternoon and introduced an enhanced 3 out of 5 risk on the back end of introducing a 45% risk for wind damage, which is massive, by the way. It's including 37,000 people. So a very, very, very populated area. It's going to include a lot of major cities. You got Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Buffalo, Philly, Baltimore, DC in there, and just barely not including New York City. It more or less even is anyway, because if you think about it, it's the confidence to have within 25 miles of a point. So if this is your point at the edge of the at the edge of the magenta here, at the edge of your 45, then New York City would be included, at least like the closest downtown area of New York City, right in the heart of the city, would definitely be included within 25 miles of that point. So uh, definitely a big time threat going on for tomorrow. There's also a 5% tornado risk in place. I don't think we're going to be seeing a ton of tornadoes tomorrow. I think it's going to be more of a wind threat. As we go into later next week, Monday and Tuesday look a little bit bigger in terms of a tornado threat. I know day 5 has been messed up from the Storm Prediction Center's API, but I am expecting for Monday and Tuesday to be a little bit higher end potential tornado threats. Very, very to be determined on that. There's a lot that has to shape out before we get to that point. But yeah, definitely a pretty big windbag scenario tomorrow. And we're not even really a windbag. It's just a squall line, really. We're going to get a big old squall line producing a lot of wind damage tomorrow. And it really wouldn't shock me to see a couple of isolated tornadoes, especially in this region of the line. And I know that's not coinciding with what they have on the outlook necessarily here. As you can see, the Ohio Valley is partially included, but the heart of that 5% is really back towards New York and Pennsylvania. But for me, I think we're going to have a little bit more of a discrete supercell mode towards Ohio, areas like Cleveland, maybe even as far east as Pittsburgh. So I think that would be the number one area that I would be concerned about for a tornado, just given that supercell mode. And I will say the conditions are slightly more favorable as you go towards New York and Pennsylvania and Jersey. But I think storm mode is really not going to allow for a lot of tornadic action there. You might see a couple of spin up tornadoes embedded within the line, but any chance of having a discrete supercell is mostly going to be contained to that region here, closer to Ohio and western Pennsylvania. And again, you can't rule one out firing off ahead of that cold front, like, in the middle of Pennsylvania, for example, and just kind of being semi-discrete ahead of that line and being able to sustain itself. You definitely can't rule it out, but it wouldn't be something that I'm betting on either. All right, we're going to go back to Wisconsin here, as this is going to be our primary area of concern for the rest of the evening. And it looks like some of these storms have materialized, whereas I was expecting us to get more storm action really through this area. In fact, my target city area of concern was Marquette for today. And it looks like a lot of those storms didn't really materialize, or at least didn't survive crossing the lake. But we do have a couple of them out here, and I wonder if this is waterspout tagged. I don't think it is. Yeah, it's not waterspout tagged, but does have a little bit of broad rotation at the mid levels in a couple of different places. Actually, decently low levels. So there's nothing really there that would make this capable of producing a waterspout or a tornado yet. But as it goes over land and some lower level friction and turbulence comes into play, that could definitely change in theory. And then these storms back here that aren't terribly far from Duluth, just passed through that area and east of. Looks like they're mostly outflow dominant, but you will see a couple areas in this outflow boundary where things look to be kind of notching in a little bit. That's going to be these types of regions. So any storms that can kind of find themselves in that spot within this line could definitely pose the risk for an isolated tornado. We're not really worried about anything super, super tornadic this evening. Again, this is more of a conditional low end night, a chill night. But I wanted to go live and make sure that there was good coverage out there just in case, because I know nobody else would be going live tonight. A lot of people don't care enough to do the low percent days, but I think it's very important for people to, because a lot of times it's the low percent days where people get hurt because they don't know what's coming because it's not something that's been widely talked about. Um, so I think it's really valuable to go live on those low percent days. And that's why we're going live tonight. And then obviously I won't be able to go live tomorrow night, unfortunately, for what seems to be a higher end day, especially for a wind risk. But I will be live Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. So it'll be a little bit of a marathon as we roll forward into next week. So yeah, there's plenty going on. I did see a message, a chat message asking about the storms in Birmingham. It looks like we have a little bit of a wind bag, actually. This might get severe thunderstorm warned here to the south of Bessemer and maybe the west of Alabaster here. As this storm looks to be downbursting right now, pretty much in real time. You can see those DBZ values just over 2 scans here go from contained in this. Well, hang on. Let me switch to white again so you can see it. Contained in this little ball here to being spread out like this. And they're starting to push out in multiple directions. You can see that outflow boundary getting kicked out way ahead of this line of storms. So definitely a little bit of a windbag scenario bowling south to the southwest of Birmingham. All right. I think I missed a lot in the chat here. Let's see. See Chukasoba back in the chat. Good to see you out there, Amber Patrick, back in the chat with a question saying, will wildfire smoke affect tomorrow just like it affected Tuesday's events? Yeah, it will in some capacity. Now, I don't know if it'll be as significant of an impact. And we can actually visualize this. The HER actually has a product that can visualize your vertically integrated smoke and your near surface smoke density. In this case, your vertically integrated smoke is going to be the one that matters. But when you look forward for tomorrow, and I can't show this on air, unfortunately, but when we look forward towards Saturday evening, that smoke is still going to be there, just not nearly as much. I'm expecting a lot of it to be shifted off towards New England. I'll go ahead and give I'll just visualize this for you here. Let me see if I can find a good way to jump up to the north. That was probably not the most effective way to do this, but yeah, as we look at New England here, I think all that smoke is mostly going to be contained in this direction and continuing to move off to the northeast. As a lot of it has begun to dissipate, a lot of rainfall has brought some of that smoke down to the surface and out of the air. So in general, I don't think it's going to have a significant impact on our severe weather setup for Saturday night. But it definitely could have a slight effect, especially in terms of just altering the temperatures by just a couple of degrees in terms of especially most importantly, your high temperature for the day. If that high temperature stays a little bit lower, your dew point depression will inherently be slightly lower as well. And there's forecast to be plenty of instability, and you have a very robust forcing mechanism because you have a cold front in play. So in general, definitely expecting there to be a lot of severe weather tomorrow. And I don't think that the smoke is going to impact it too significantly, but it definitely will have some smaller impacts. It's not going to impact it as much as it did with our New England failed outbreak, essentially, is more or less what happened there. As it kind of completely stunted things. It just made that warm nose really blow up, and storms were not able to initiate. The environment verified decently well. It was a pretty favorable environment, but storms just weren't able to get going. They weren't able to get to the LFC, which is the level of free convection, essentially get above that cap. They weren't able to break the cap and rise freely, and therefore we weren't able to really get any storms, which was a great thing, obviously, because the environment was pretty favorable for a pretty robust severe weather day. So it's definitely a really good thing that we did not see that come to fruition there. We do have a rotation that is forming near Ashland, by the way, so I am watching this pretty closely, as this could end up being our first tornadic storm of the evening. You can see the storm starting to notch out, and it really does have some decent inflow here. So I'm definitely going to watch this one pretty closely. I'm going to see if I can get METAR. Okay. So I will say our surface winds are definitely not ideal, as they aren't quite backed enough. They are coming out of the southeast, but you can still get tornadoes in this environment for sure. We know that we have shear in place. So, and this is a pretty powerful updraft here. Echo tops coming in above 50,000 feet. Excuse me, above 40,000 feet. All right, I got more to catch up on in the chat. I just spent like 5 minutes talking about one message. Let's see. My grin has hit hellfire already. Oh no. Should I be worried about this in Western Massachusetts tomorrow? Yeah, I would definitely be concerned for Western Massachusetts, mostly for a wind risk. But I definitely wouldn't rule out a tornado as well. You're not really going to have much of a hail threat. It's possible that you see like a random isolated updraft. If you get really unlucky and you happen to get an updraft that kind of sits on your head there, and you just are able to get some hail. But in general, I'm not expecting the lapse rates at the mid levels aren't looking insane. I don't think the hail growth zone is going to be super active tomorrow for any of these storms. At least that's what's been forecast by the NAM 3K, the HUR, and the RAP. Okay. Possible moderate risk? Yeah, we could definitely see a moderate risk in play tomorrow, mostly for the wind risk. It wouldn't be driven by the tornado threat. Were you about to say something, Blake? Is it about this camera that looks really cool? Okay. Yeah, we have a really, really beautiful looking camera. You can literally see that rain shaft there right along the highway here. This is right outside of Chattanooga, Tennessee. And that is a very photogenic rain shaft. We can go ahead and keep that full screen. I'll put our storms in Wisconsin at the bottom of the screen so you can follow along with those. I'm going to continue to roll through a couple of chat messages here while you enjoy the cinematic photo or camera roll here of this what I'm assuming. I don't know exactly what the storm is. I could go look. Maybe that would be the intelligent thing to do. We'll go take a look at this storm in Chattanooga and see what I'm looking at here. Okay. Interesting. So yeah, I think yeah, definitely just looking at a pretty hefty rain core there. So definitely a localized downpour going on in that spot. And if we do get a microburst with this storm, and I don't think we will, given that it's kind of in a line. I know you guys can't see it. I'll move it to the side of the screen. On the right-hand side of your screen, you'll see there's a line of storms rolling through the Chattanooga area. So I don't think we're going to get a downburst, but if we do or get a microburst, we'll see it on this camera because this is a heck of a camera shot. What you'd see is all that rain start to fall down and swoosh out in like a plume out forward. So really, really cool camera angle here. Okay. Yeah, moderate risk, definitely a possibility though. My best friend, people have been calling Monday a big windbag, but I can see a window for discrete storms and some models are mixed on the low level jet placement too. Yeah, that's definitely fair. I haven't looked super deep into it yet. That's going to be my Sunday morning project. I just know that. So from what I'm seeing, it seems like we're going to have a lot of alignment in terms of the placement of where we're going to have the most favorable ingredients, which makes me think we're going to get something for sure. And it'll be a little bit more robust of a day, but I don't know what the ceiling for that event is going to look like just yet. Let's see. I'd argue Northwest Pennsylvania going into Eastern New York are the best risk with those potential confluence bands. Now they are messy though. So if one organizes, that'd be your main threat. I'm assuming you're talking about tomorrow, not you almost made it sound like you were talking about tonight. I don't think you were, of course, but yeah, let's see. I don't know if this tornado possible tag though. I want to look at it. Okay, it's not tornado possible tagged here in Wisconsin. We do have Mikey Plemons out there in the field tonight, by the way. You're going to see him in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen right now. He's one of our incredible affiliate storm chasers here at WillBrattonWx. You can definitely give him a follow on all platforms. We would all greatly appreciate that. And it looks like Mikey is also 20 subscribers away from 1K. Let's get him there really quick. Hang on. I'm going to link him in the chat in just a second here. Let's get him to 1,000. Give me just 1 second. Yeah, he is 17 subscribers away. So I'm going to go ahead and drop his link in the chat. Let's get him there really quick. If 17 of you guys out there wouldn't mind clicking that link and subscribing to him, that would mean a lot to him and to the team here. So that'd be awesome. Central Ohio, like northwest of Columbus, yeah. It inhibits the sun from giving the ground energy. I assume you're talking about the smoke. Yes, that is correct. And at nighttime, of course, it does the opposite. It traps in that heat. We talked about this in our last broadcast and made a short on it. we've been cranking those things out like crazy because you guys have been liking them a lot. Whoa, man, I really am missing a lot of messages. I am so far behind. Good lord. Never use the refs in general. That's a fine looking hat. Yeah, thank you, Scott. I wonder where it came from. I don't even remember that trip. I don't know. Yeah, okay. I missed a lot of chats. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to catch fully back up here. But if you have a chat that I missed, just type it again. I'm going to just start from the bottom for the most part here. But yeah, hopefully we can get Mikey to 1,000 subscribers here in just a second. He's 3 away. So if we could get just 3 more of you guys to click that button, that would be absolutely incredible. The learning experience shorts are exceptional. No, I appreciate that. Yeah, I've enjoyed making them a lot. Obviously, I'm not the one editing them, but I've really enjoyed talking about that stuff. And um, the team it's like every single time I say something sort of educational or like kind of funny, someone on the team, a lot of the time it's Adrian, will like drop the timestamp, and then our editor Ben can clip it up and be like, "Do you want me to make a short out of this?" And it usually comes out really good. I mean, all of them have come out good so far. To be fair, I love them. And we're gonna have more of them loaded up, so that we can have content coming out even on days where I'm unable to make a forecast video or go live. Like for example, I'm leaving town to go to Scotland at the end of the month, and we're gonna have tons of content for you guys coming out over that period, so that you don't have to miss anything while I'm gone, and that there's still at least something going out. But I won't be able to go live or make forecast videos during that time. Now, it does really look like we have some rotation trying to form and possibly a second updraft here. And again, this is not far from Ashland here in the northernmost part of Wisconsin, getting close to the UP of Michigan. So that's something to watch. And I did really quickly. We are 1 subscriber away from getting Mikey to 1,000. So let's see if we can get him there real quick. Give us one more person. I'm just gonna keep refreshing this. Surely we can get somebody in there real quick. If I made my getting to fire hose status on your YouTube stream chat is definitely a mark of success. Nebraska counters at 48. That's outstanding. We haven't even had weather in Nebraska in like a week. Bang, we got Mikey to 1,000 subscribers. Let's go. Big claps. Big claps for Mikey. Everybody give Mikey some love in the chat. Big milestone for Mikey. He's such an incredible storm chaser, and I couldn't be happier for him. Super, super excited to get him or to see him get that 1,000 subscriber mark this evening. Really, really big accomplishment. And really, really happy for him and proud of him. What an awesome guy. Dude, I'm so stoked for him. Everybody show him some love in the chat. I'm going to message. He's chasing right now. So I'm going to shoot him a message. But yeah, that's awesome. Really appreciate everybody showing that love to Mikey there and helping us get him to 1,000. Of course, he is an affiliate storm chaser of ours, which is why we're able to, put in the extra effort and try to help him get over the finish line there. As this rotation does look to exist decently strong here, just to the north of Marengo and High Bridge, south of Ashland. And it looks like we're getting a little bit of a lag issue here with my internet. We'll see if this is going to continue and cause a problem for us tonight. Hopefully it does not. Yeah, so a little bit of lag going on with my internet here. So to be determined. I think we're going to be okay. I hope we're going to be okay. But I'm keeping an eye on it here. We do have a lot of beautiful precipitation on that camera in the bottom left here. with the Chattanooga camera. It looks like my internet's good for right this second. It's stabilized. I think we just had a little bit of a moment there, but I think we're good. I think we are good. Swath out there rolling on through Chattanooga now. So I'm going to take a quick look down there. Let's take a quick trip down to Tennessee. I keep trying to go to the Knoxville radar by accident. And you can see that storm, and really this whole line of storms is just kind of sitting here. I wonder if this is along some sort of a boundary here, because these storms aren't really moving. They just all fired off here, it looks like. I want to pull some more frames back and see if that's a trend or if that's just something I'm seeing on the last scan or two. This is odd. A lot of colliding storms here going on right now. It wouldn't shock me to see a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings here to the east of Nashville. Just with how a lot of these storms are congealing a little bit, and as any of those updrafts fall apart with the other ones taking over, we could definitely see some stronger winds introduced into the region at that point. We did get a new severe thunderstorm warning in Brewster County, Texas. That's going to be down towards Marathon and Alpine here for a couple of small but decently strong storms here, capable of producing that 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Moving but very slowly. Yep. Those storms are just kind of sitting there. But they are moving just slowly. In Arizona, we did get a new severe thunderstorm warning right at the border of California here. A place you don't really see a lot of severe storms. But this one's out near Parker Strip, Blue Water, Parker, just to the northeast of that whole region. That one's tagged with 60-mile-per-hour winds and maybe a little bit of small hail there as well. All right, we're going to go back to our storm in Wisconsin. This is the one I'm probably going to spend the most time with right now, as it did have a little bit of rotation. It looks like that rotation has really fallen apart. Really just the latest scan. Like the most recent scan, it looks pretty non-existent. But I will say it definitely still has inflows. You can see that outflow boundary pulls right on into that inflow region there. So we clearly have inflow established with this storm. But the question is, can it recycle itself? That will be the $1,000,000 question. We did get a severe thunderstorm warning just put in place here. I'm going to jump to that in just a second. But I will say the morphology of this storm still looks solid. You do have that kidney bean shape, that classic supercell kind of shape embedded within this line of thunderstorms here that is continuing to roll on through northern Wisconsin and the UP of Michigan, or really just especially northern Wisconsin, as a lot of these middle of the pack storms have really fallen apart. Or middle of the pack, I mean, in terms of along the x-axis in this example. But down in Kentucky for Henry, Oldham, and Shelby counties, we did just get a new severe thunderstorm warning. So this is just going to be outside of Louisville. This one's going to include 60-mile-per-hour winds. And yeah, you can kind of see that on radar here. It looks like we're definitely seeing some stronger winds, upwards of 45 miles per hour being sustained at about 2,800 feet. So definitely one that could be producing some of those stronger winds at the surface. I always get concerned when storms occur in California because they rotate for some reason. That's fair. Sometimes it can be with the orography out there. A lot of weird topographic features that can induce vorticity directly into those storms without any type of synoptic support. It does happen out there in East California. I wish I could mouth my mouth without making noise like Will. What do you mean? Did we like lose audio for a second or something? Sent me something on X about structure in Denmark. Oh, I don't. Interesting. I'm not seeing it, but that might be on my end. That line of storms in Montana, I think, is rotation. Okay, we can check in on it. There are a lot of flash flood warnings in place in Montana. Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some rotation here south of Ovando, but nothing that could produce a tornado, really. Definitely a little bit of mid-level rotation to upper-level rotation, though. Big time severe weather risk tomorrow. Fun on your trip. Appreciate it. I really appreciate that. I'm excited to get away for a day. I think it's going to be a lot of fun going there with one of my closest friends and some of his friends and his girlfriend as well. Should be a good time. A little bit of a float trip. Okay, yeah, I see that structure from Copenhagen. Wow. That is absolutely stunning structure out there in Copenhagen. Looks like possibly a mini supercell. That's pretty sweet. Wow. Yeah, I wish I could show it. I can't show it on air. I don't have the rights to that to those items, but by items I mean the imagery. But I can drop the link. Here's a link in the chat for anyone who wants to see that structure. All right, we're gonna go on back towards our storm in Minnesota, or excuse me, Wisconsin. Okay, so that rotation is still there. It's just very, very weak at the moment, but morphology-wise, it's still existing. Go follow me while you're at. Ain't no handouts in this life. We did get an update on our severe thunderstorm warning out here in Wisconsin. It's going to cut out areas like Ashland and Odana. Now it's going to just include Marengo, High Bridge, Mellon, Upson, Iron Belt, and Morse. So yeah, still a very, very faint signature of rotation. To be determined. It looks like this storm is. It looks like that updraft has fallen apart though. So it's now going to get ingested into this storm, and if we're going to see a new rotating updraft, it's probably going to be with this storm over here. It's a really bad circle. This one over here. Okay. All right, we are going to get a live hit from Mikey Plemons, who just hit 1,000 subscribers and is out there storm chasing right now. He's got some flooding business going on in Indiana, I believe. We're going to hear from him in just a minute. In the bottom left of your screen, you are seeing images out of Florida. Looks like a lot of cars maybe not moving. It looks like actually it's a still image, but some sort of an accident down there. What does a cross section look like on that storm? I'm assuming you're talking about this one here. It's not going to look good now. It may have a little bit of go, but yeah, I think this is like 2 frames ago is what you're seeing here, and you can see very, very clearly had a bounded weak echo region in place. I bet you I can even make that a little better. There we go. Very clearly had a bounded weak echo weak echo region in place here, as you had that updraft coming up this direction, and it was rotating with those targets being pulled around to the backside, forming that RFD here on the left side of your color rainbow there. So definitely had strong rotating updraft. Definitely lost it though. Your town got minor flooding from the sewers overflowing? That's rough. All right. It looks like we still don't have Mikey set up just yet, but he is going to be here soon. We're going to be getting a live hit from him not long from now. But yeah, we're still staying with this storm up here in Wisconsin. Again, things are going to be pretty relaxed tonight. Like we might get 1 or 2 tornado warnings on the whole night, if that. We might get 0. This storm intrigues me as it moves into the UP, though. This one definitely intrigues me as it looks like it's got maybe the resemblance of an updraft trying to stay organized on the western tip of the storm here. If this storm can flatten out a little bit along the boundary, so essentially if this can kind of come down here, it'll definitely have the best chance at becoming tornadic at that point. We did just get a new severe thunderstorm warning out in Georgia, so we'll go take a look at that in a minute. I do want to take a look here at this, what could be a little bit of a hail core. Okay. Yeah, it looks like, oh. Okay, apparently Mikey just can't hear me is the issue, but I think I can fix that. Possibly. There we go. That should fix it. He should be able to hear me now. Yeah, he should be able to hear me now. Okay. So that was one issue. Yeah, let's go ahead and jump down to what's going on in Georgia, though. I clicked on Kentucky. I was like, that's not Georgia. So here's where that storm is in Georgia. It is headed towards Hazelhurst from Baxley, and it's about to roll through Graham here. So this is one of those southeast to northwest movers. It's kind of going right up the highway here, right up towards Hazelhurst. So it's going to be tagged with those 60-mile-per-hour winds and perhaps some small hail as well. Okay, I do see that we have Mikey now. I'm going to get this set up so we can get his feed. And what do we got? Okay. All right, we do have Mikey ready to go. So we are going to go ahead and jump into him. He's reporting to us live from somewhere in Indiana, I believe. So let's hear from Mikey. Okay, can you hear us, Mikey?
Yes, sir.
All right, awesome.
Yeah, so I'm just south of Pine, Ohio, kind of smack dab in between those, on Ohio 15. So it's a fairly decent-sized state route here, and we have some flooding over the road. I've seen a lot of people turn around, as they should. But you can see it's pretty dang deep because it's going up almost to the doors of some of these trucks.
Ooh, that guy's going through it right there. That is pretty deep.
And I think this area is pretty prone to flooding, so I'm interested to see as I continue to drive around if there's any spots that's more severe.
Yeah. When you said where you were at, it cut out. Where are you at exactly?
So I'm in between Bryan, Ohio, and Pioneer, Ohio, on
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Ohio
Yeah.
15.
Uh-huh.
And yeah, they're starting to block it off here with police cars and such. So probably gonna have
Yeah.
to skedaddle, but
So what's your plan?
definitely. Well, this is my main route home, so I guess I'm gonna have to try to find back roads that aren't flooded. I guess in one of those
Yeah.
situations again, just like a couple weeks ago.
It looks like if you go back to Bryan, there's a road that goes northeast through West Unity and then up to basically the
Yep.
same place.
Yeah, that's probably what I'm gonna have to do. Hopefully nothing's flooded over there. I know there's a St. Joe River goes around here, so
Yeah.
we're gonna see. But these storms have just been training over this area, and
Yep.
that definitely is. I'd be surprised if they don't post some type of flood advisory here in the near term, because this area is definitely prone to flooding.
Yeah, I'm pulling some frames back on the radar unit right now. We actually did just get a new
Yeah,
flash flood warning. I wonder if it was for that area. No, it's in Tennessee. Okay.
yeah.
And yeah, you're not
Storms have
wrong.
been
A lot of
training.
stratiform rain still in the area and
Yep.
some storm training there as well, earlier at
Yeah.
least.
Well,
But
I think I'm
yeah.
gonna try to get going. How's it going up in the UP right now?
Not a lot. Nothing crazy. We had a
Not a
storm
lot.
try to get a little bit of rotation going just a few minutes
Okay.
ago, and it's trying to recycle now, as it's kind of undergoing a merger. So to be determined on what's going to happen with that one over the next 5 to 10 minutes or so.
Interesting. All right, I'll leave you to it then, man.
Alrighty, well, I appreciate you checking in and stay safe out there. Keep me
Of
updated.
course. For sure. See ya.
All right, later. All right, so that was Mikey Plemons out there in Ohio. So for a little bit of a reference on where he is, by the way, oh, that's Idaho. Gotta love it when I do that. There we go. Here's Ohio. Okay, so for where he is, by the way, he is between Bryan and Pioneer. So he's somewhere in this circle along that north to south road. And so what I was telling him there was to just head back down south towards Bryan, and there is that road that will go back to the northeast through West Unity, and then he can cut back west to get to Pioneer if that is his route home to continue north. So he is out there in northwestern Ohio, where we do have what appears to be a little bit of flash flooding in place. You can see at the bottom left of your screen, he is trying to turn around right now. It looks like he is going to turn around and go the other way here. So we're going to continue to keep a close eye on him and make sure that he is all right out there. We did get a new downstream severe thunderstorm warning for this pretty crazy outflow boundary that's being kicked out ahead of our line of storms here in Florida. So this is now going to all the way include towards Tallahassee here for 60-mile-per-hour winds. And you can just see the way these velocities are looking, especially right near the water here, really, or right near the coast. There's some pretty crazy values starting to come back. So definitely could be seeing 60-mile-per-hour winds, even potentially 70, maybe towards Crawfordville, so south of Tallahassee. But for the greater Tallahassee area, definitely could be seeing 60-mile-per-hour winds with this storm. And even before the storm gets there, because again, we do have this outflow boundary rolling through where we have a lot of wind just pushing out mass super far out ahead of the line of storms here. So Tallahassee definitely going to get a little bit of a wind event coming their way, and then followed by a little bit of thunderstorm action. You can take a look at our lightning here, and you can see there is a decent amount of lightning with these storms, who are pretty electrically active. See Cubs fans in the chat saying you're the first person / channel I go to when you are live. Congrats on your success. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for being here. That is the reason we're able to do this, is people being here. So I'm just really, really grateful for it. Really grateful to have everybody here. Liam Wolf in the chat. I see you. Jason Thresher, how's Sterling Heights, Michigan looking for tonight? We can go back up that direction. Sterling Heights. I don't remember exactly where it is, but I bet you I can find it. I know I've heard of it. I don't think it's a Detroit like area. I didn't think it was anyway. All right, I'll find it. I see Logan Bilger in the chat saying how's your day going? It's good. I'm really tired. It's been a really, really long week, but also a good and rewarding week. Okay, Sterling Heights. Oh no, it is Detroit. Okay. right? Or am I just blind? There it is. Sterling Heights. Okay. Sterling Heights, you should be generally okay tonight. I'm not really expecting any type of severe weather today for your area. Now, I will say tomorrow, you could definitely see some severe weather in your area, especially wind, but I wouldn't rule out a spin up tornado as well. I don't think you're going to get one, but it's definitely possible. Really cool clouds out here in West Lafayette, Indiana. Yeah, I believe it. If you got a picture, definitely shoot us a photo. Here's where that is right now. So west of Lafayette, I would assume that you're somewhere in that circle here. So you could be looking at any of these cells around you. You got cells to your southwest, to your northwest, to your west, to your north, to your east. You're surrounded. So plenty of cells to pick from for your photogenic storm photography moment there for sure. All right. We're going to check in on the storm in Kentucky, just outside of Louisville. And it looks like this one is possibly weakening just a little bit. As some of that mass gets kind of pushed back towards the front of the storm here, and we might be seeing it downburst out just a little bit. But possibly just the slightest bit of rotation here at the mid levels, too. This is at only around 3,000 feet. So that's something to watch out for. I don't really think this could become tornadic, but just something to keep an eye on just in case. Yeah, I will say I've been getting photos from New York City from my roommate from last year, Lewis, who lives out there now, and the amount of smoke in the air, just so much haze. It's pretty nasty out there. We did just get a new severe thunderstorm warning up in Wisconsin, so we're going to jump up there and take a look at it. I know I am dealing with just a little bit of lag, so I apologize for that. This one's going to be for Douglas and Washburn counties here. So it's for this westernmost storm, where we're definitely seeing some strong gusty winds at the very least, to the west of Solon Springs here. So this one is going to be tagged with 1-inch hail and 60 mile per hour winds here. Yeah, definitely seeing some gusty winds with this one. 1,200 feet in the air and picking up values close to 50 miles an hour. So I know we are dealing with some dropped frames. I apologize. Hopefully the lag is not too bad. We have been dealing with a lot of lag issues tonight. Any storms headed into southwestern Ontario? Honestly, I'm not sure. I don't know exactly what's going on in Canada today. I can take a look though. Oh man. I need to what do I need to do with this? Alert settings. Need to do this. And then it looks like there's definitely a lot of polygons on the map in Canada right now. What have I done? Whoa. There's a lot of air quality warnings, it looks like, as Canada is not the wildfires have been going crazy. We do have a couple of orange severe thunderstorm warnings in place here. Whoops, that's not. I don't know why I'm not seeing the actual radar itself. Oh, wait, I need to do this, don't I? No? Select a station. It doesn't auto select? Okay. I should know how this works by now. I literally just use this. There we go. I was like, what is going on? All right. We do have what actually looks like a couple of supercells going on out here. Oh, I forget what I need to do here for this. No. What do I need to do? Thought I had to right click this or something. There's a double click? No? Okay. I feel like an idiot. I don't remember how to use this tool exactly, but yeah. I don't know. What we are looking at though is a couple of supercellular type storms out here in Canada. This is all in the province of Alberta. So we're literally seeing from Calgary and then in just a conga line all the way up to the northwest of Edmonton here. So a lot of different storms out here in Canada right now. What in the world? I got an interesting message. All right, so yeah, strong storms going on in Canada. Sorry, I got a little distracted trying to figure out how this works. I did want to point out that we do have really strong inflow appearing to get established here to the west of Solon Springs in Wisconsin. So we could easily see a tornado warning with this decently soon. Am I going to do a 24/7 stream now? I don't like those, to be honest with you. I think if you can't be on there talking to your audience, you should be sending them to either their local National Weather Service office or their local meteorologist on broadcast TV. Because I think those like AI bots, 24/7 streams, I think it's really reckless. That's just my opinion. I don't agree with that. I don't like it. I think it's bad for people. But that's just me. We definitely have rotation beginning to form in multiple places along this line, though. So we need to keep a very close eye on what's happening here in northern Wisconsin. Christopher, good to see you out there as well. Would I support a tornado warning on this? Not yet. I mean, maybe, but no, not really. This inflow region is very large right now. You're going to notice this very, very large notching going on here. And if it can kind of tighten up a little bit on the next scan, then I would probably support a tornado warning. But there's also definitely some interference in the data that's coming back to the radar unit here. The fact that we have this large outflow boundary kicked out ahead of our inflow region definitely concerns me as well. We did get a new severe thunderstorm warning for Georgia and South Carolina, by the way. Okay, if the velocities look better on this scan, I would support a tornado warning. We're going to get the velocities here in a second. So if they come back looking better, I would definitely support a tornado warning on this storm. So we're about to find out here in just a minute. Okay. See, this is why you have to sometimes take this with a grain of salt here. As you can tell, this storm is wrapping up for sure. But you can also tell now that we're getting slightly better data that there's a lot of contamination going on here. Like these winds aren't suddenly going. So the red would imply they're going in one direction and green would imply they're going the opposite direction, essentially, for lack of doing a better explanation. I can give the full explanation, but for the purpose of this point, what I'm trying to show you here is that these green values you're seeing here are not indicative of what's actually happening with this storm. These don't suddenly go from your reds to your greens in 2 minutes. So we're definitely seeing an RFD pulling around here. I mean, you can literally watch it happen with these velocities. You're going to watch them wrap like this. You can literally see them do it in real time, which is kind of cool. See if I can get a cross section of this. Okay. Yeah. I don't expect this storm to have the ability to get good inflow because that outflow boundary is kicked so far away from your inflow notch already. It would definitely take a mountain. All right, we are going to jump on down to Georgia and South Carolina. It's just clipping South Carolina here. I mean, it's not really including South Carolina. But a severe thunderstorm warning in place for Waynesboro, and that is going to include 60-mile-per-hour winds and that small 1-inch hail. Yeah, looking at a storm in Georgia, we do have a lot of storms still in Florida here. We're going to see a couple of expansive severe thunderstorm warnings. So these ones are pretty large, including Lafayette, Madison, and Taylor counties, as well as Jefferson and Leon and Wakulla counties out here in Florida. So this is all associated with these storms in the middle that you're seeing here that are kicking out a lot of strong gusty winds, plus these ones coming off the coast or coming out of the Gulf and onto the coast, I should say. We have a tornado warning in Alberta. Okay. Yeah, we do have a tornado warning on the supercell out here in Alberta. I really need to figure out how to use this thing. Okay. Well, let's take a look. That is possibly producing a tornado. So we don't have a confirmed tornado at the moment. Pain 2. Velocity. All right, well, that'll help at least a little bit. So we do have a velocity couplet in place here in Canada. So that's a big warning for, yeah, well, so Environment Canada issues warnings by county, not by like storm relative, essentially. So Environment Canada will not see this supercell and say, okay, here's where the area of rotation is. So we're going to issue a tornado warning that looks like maybe this, for example, if the storm is moving that direction. This is a really terrible polygon that I've drawn. They would never issue something like this because they can't. As of their current protocols, they can only issue tornado warnings by full county. So in this case, they have to issue it for that entire county. Yeah, I'm trying to remember how to do this slider thing. I don't know if I'm going to be able to figure it out. We did just get a ton of severe thunderstorm warnings wiped off the map. What in the world just happened? So we just had 2 lifted in Florida, 2 lifted in Florida, 1 lifted in Arizona, 1 lifted in Wisconsin, 1 lifted in Kentucky, and 1 lifted in Tennessee, I think, all at once in literally one frame. So we just lost 6 severe thunderstorm warnings on the map. So that's good news that storms are weakening, but definitely kind of random. You don't see that all the time. You just casually lose all those warnings like that. And yeah, what you're going to notice here is that this storm definitely has a strong RFD pulling around here, but it's just not going to be able to establish good inflow because this outflow boundary is kicked out so far ahead of the storm. Now, what you will notice is that over the last few frames, the gap between the inflow and the outflow boundary, or the inflow notch and the outflow boundary has been cut pretty much in half. So if that trend continues and this storm's able to catch up to the outflow boundary, then we could easily see it become tornadic at that point. Because it's got that RFD very well established here. So it's already done the hard part. We did get a new severe thunderstorm warning in, well, they say Brewster. Okay, yeah. We did get a new severe thunderstorm warning for the storm in Marathon. So they had recalled the old severe thunderstorm warning and issued this new one. Same cell, still producing 60-mile-per-hour winds and some small hail as well. But yeah, we do have a tornado warning in Alberta right now for this supercell. That doesn't look unbelievable, but it's difficult to tell. I still don't fully know how to interpret the Canadian radar unit just yet. Got a lot of work to do on that front. We did just get a considerable severe thunderstorm warning upgrade out in Wisconsin. So that's going to be our storm that we've seen that seemed like it was maybe capable of producing a tornado if it can catch up to that outflow boundary. It has now been tagged for 70-mile-per-hour winds, which makes sense because just to the west of Gordon, you're going to see at only 1,600 feet in the air, we're getting sustained winds above 70 miles per hour. So this could easily be seeing 70-mile-per-hour gusts at the surface. So a very, very strong storm here in Wisconsin. That's going to be for Douglas and Washburn counties. And this is not tornado possible tagged at this time, and I don't think it needs to be. This inflow notch is absolutely enormous, and it's going to take a mountain to be moved to be able to establish good, clean inflow for this storm and then actually be capable of producing a tornado. We do have 24 flash flood warnings on the map right now, and 11 of them are considerable. Excuse me, 25 flash flood warnings on the map right now, and 11 of them are considerable flash flood warnings. So this is not tornado possible tagged here, no. I wouldn't say that this has overperformed necessarily. A couple of severe thunderstorm warnings, you know. I don't think a slight risk was particularly necessary for tonight. There were a lot of ways that in a night like tonight could have resulted in very little going on. And I'm talking on the U.S. side of things. Canada's a different story. I didn't forecast for Canada, so I don't know, to be honest with you. Dude, I just wish I could remember how to use this panel. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, maybe it's only on the back end that you can do that, and I needed that link that I had prior or something like that, which I guess I could use in theory, but I'm not too worried about it. But yeah, still a tornado warned supercell out here in Alberta right now. All right, still watching the considerable warned severe thunderstorm warning here. And you're going to notice that outflow boundary is getting swallowed back into this thing fast. So we could definitely, and look, that inflow region is still enormous. So it is definitely possible that we could see this storm begin to establish inflow if it can finish the job in terms of getting that outflow boundary reeled all the way back in here. It's pretty close. We are very, very close at this point to being potentially tornadic, because that's kind of where your outflow boundary is, and that's the only ground that you have left, pretty much. What's up, Adrian? Got it. Cool. So we did just have a new mesoscale discussion placed on this storm, pretty much just this cluster, where they have indicated that as we go later on into the evening here, a tornado cannot be ruled out, but more of a wind threat is what we're looking at. That's what Adrian has just informed me of. And Adrian, if you decide you want to come on and talk about that, we can do that too. As it looks like it definitely is trying to get more organized here on that latest scan. And I don't think that's really contaminated data that we're getting now. We're going to wait for that velocity scan to come in just about 5 seconds here. Okay. Well, Never mind. Some of that data is a lot of that data is still contaminated. Okay, that is fine. Regardless, though, we are still looking at a very significant wind event to the west of Gordon and Wascott, and to the northwest of Minong, and it's kind of headed right that way. We did get a new severe thunderstorm warning in Florida. So that is going to be onshore for some of these other storms that are making their way that direction. And some of them that are also tracking to the east here through the Florida panhandle. So that one is going to include Franklin, Gulf, Leon, Liberty, and Wakulla counties. Kevin saying, not surprised with that tornado warning in Canada. Expansive vertical instability and enough low-level shear, despite crosswise-ish, to get it done. It's fair enough. I really don't know what's going on at the mesoscale in Alberta, to be honest with you. I'd love to have the best analysis right now, but I simply do not, as I didn't forecast for Canada today. We did just get another new severe thunderstorm warning. This one's going to be in the UP of Michigan for that storm we were looking at earlier, where I was a little bit concerned about this guy right here. And I still am, to be quite honest with you, as eventually this one's going to be headed towards Melstrand, which is getting hammered right now by some small hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Actually, it's not even tagged with wind gusts. It's just tagged with small hail. Yeah, this storm up here in northern Wisconsin, this is the one to watch for the time being. Another new tornado warning in Ontario. What's going on in Ontario? Storm that's possibly producing a tornado, so nothing confirmed here. Oh yeah. Whoa. Okay. Hello. Definitely a strong velocity couplet. Can I get this thing off my screen, bro? Oh my gosh. I need to turn off watches, bro. Tornado watch. Go by. Sphere watch. Go away. Air quality stuff. There we go. Go away. There we go. Okay, now I can actually see what's going on, for the love of all things. We are looking at definitely a tight rotating couplet. Man, this is the issue with the county warning system, man. You have this couplet that's only right here, right? But this entire county is under a tornado warning. I know you guys can't see that actually very well, but anyway, definitely worthy of a tornado warning, though. Strong rotating couplet is most certainly in place here. Yeah, definitely a stronger storm up here. I'm going to check in on what's going on in Wisconsin. We do have a little bit of a more stereotypical line beginning to form here, and possibly an area where we could see. Oh yeah, now we definitely have rotation forming just to the west of Mellon, headed towards Morse. So this is definitely an area to watch. I was looking at the morphology of this, and I saw this little notch right here, and it's subtle, but it's there. We could definitely be seeing an embedded tornado risk along this line of storms here as it's headed towards areas like Morse. Now, what you're seeing on the backside here is not really rotation. That's more of contaminated radar data. This is the rotation that you're seeing. It's this couplet here. So definitely could see the risk for an embedded tornado. In fact, I would almost support a tornado warning on this if it tightens up any further, to be quite honest with you. Our storm near Gordon looks like it's going to be just a windbag, but to be determined. They did just severe thunderstorm warn this storm, and it looks like it has not been tornado possible tagged. All right. All right, we're going to check in on the tornado warnings that are in place in Canada right now. As again, we do have one here in Ontario. And this one, it looks like that rotation has really fallen off a little bit. But it was strong there for a second. Yeah. It was really strong there for a couple of seconds for sure. It's still there, but not quite as prevalent as it looked a little while ago. Meanwhile, we do have a tornado warning still in place to the west of Edmonton, and they actually issued a downstream tornado warning for this. Yeah, so we have a downstream tornado warning for this storm as it's kind of slowly crawling to the east or almost the southeast. It's almost not moving really at all. It must be sitting along some sort of a thermal boundary here in Alberta. So a pair of tornado warnings. And neither of these have a confirmed tornado. These are storms that are possibly producing a tornado in Alberta. And then in Ontario, excuse me, we do have the same deal, a storm that is possibly producing a tornado. So no confirmed tornado in the entire nation of Canada at this moment. But we are tracking these two different tornado warnings here in Ontario and Alberta, respectively. You can see the names of those provinces for those who aren't familiar with your Canadian geography, as we have BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and Ontario here. Is that the equivalent of radar indicated for Environment Canada? More or less, yes. And again, I do want to point out that while this looks like crazy rotation, this is mostly contaminated data that we're getting here on the leading edge of this storm. Usually it's just going to be, they're going to leave it, not issue a tornado warning, but sometimes certain WFOs will opt to issue a tornado warning for moments like this. But I don't think we're going to get one. It's a conservative approach to do that. And of course, we're watching a new area of rotation that is developing to the west of Mellon and headed towards Morse right now. Again, we're looking here in northern Wisconsin. And then out in the UP of Michigan, looking at a stronger storm out here. And I'm still very, very closely watching this southern end Charlie, except it's more of a northwestern end Charlie at this point. As that one could definitely become tornadic as it eventually goes over land. All right. That's we're gonna leave things there for now and stick with the tornado warnings that we have active in Canada. Let's see if I can find this link in a couple minutes. This is what I needed. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. Alrighty. Okay, let's go here. And then we will go like that. Pane 2, velocity. Look at that. We're all good to go. All right. So here's the storm we're looking at in Ontario right now. It's not in a very populated region. It's just kind of north of the lake. So Thunder Bay down here. but no notable city in this area. But it is tornado warned, and that velocity couplet is still there. It's not insanely impressive, but it is still there. You can see those reds and greens clashing here. That's where we're looking at, is that area of concern. All right, and then we can take a trip back on over to the west of Edmonton, where we have a pretty discrete and, well, a fully discrete and pretty robust supercell out here. And this one has a little bit of rotation as well. That data doesn't look super clean, but it does exist. Yeah, still there for sure. And I don't think either of these storms have been tagged with a confirmed tornado. All of these are possibly producing a tornado as of right this moment. Yeah, it does look to be the case. But yeah, we are watching for 2 different storms capable of producing tornadoes in Canada right now. Tornado outbreak tomorrow? I don't think so, personally. I think we're going to probably get a couple of spin up areas of rotation and possibly a few discrete supercells that produce or become capable of producing a tornado back towards the Ohio Valley and even like Western Pennsylvania, and then more spin up tornado action through like the rest of Pennsylvania and Western New York into New Jersey even. Tomorrow's risk is going to be a very significant wind risk, but I don't think we're going to be seeing much of a tornado threat. There will be some tornado threat for sure. Right now, I'm being signaled right now by certain model guidance that Monday and Tuesday are going to look pretty solid for potential tornado risk. So those are going to be pretty big days to watch out for very closely. I'm worried about my mom north of Pittsburgh. Okay, that's... Wait. I don't know. Okay, she's in Pittsburgh. I was like, did you mean Pittsburgh? Because I've never even heard of a Pittsburgh before in my life. In Pittsburgh. Okay, I got you. Yeah, Pittsburgh could definitely be going through a lot of damaging wind tomorrow. And unfortunately, I won't be live. I'm not going to be available to broadcast tomorrow, but I will be live for Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Yeah, a discrete supercell still out here in Alberta. This is west of Edmonton. Here's a little reference point. Oops. There's Edmonton. So we are pretty far outside of Edmonton, maybe an hour or two. I don't really honestly know how far this drive would be. But a decently robust supercell all by its lonesome here. Not really moving quick. Has some rotation in there for sure. Checking in on our storms in Wisconsin. It looks like we're going to have this severe thunderstorm warning shrunken down just a little bit here soon. I will say this storm really has caught up to the cluster and pulled that outflow boundary back. So it's got some potential to become tornadic. It looks like our rotation here near Mellon and Morse has really fizzled out, so that's good news. It could easily recycle here. And if it did, it would recycle with this right here. So that is good news. And then into the UP, there's like Melstrand and Germfask. Interesting. In the path of what appears to be a storm that's taking on supercellular shape, but doesn't really have any kind of rotation to its name at this moment. And we do still have this storm that has definitely weakened a lot over the last few scans. But if this storm can survive and go over land, I would be pretty worried about that one for the potential for a tornado threat. Why are Canada warnings so big? Because Environment Canada is only able to issue county-wide warnings. They cannot issue storm relative warnings, essentially. Real Red TV saying, I love your content. I want to be like you when I grow up. I can't seem to gain any subs. Don't rush it. You got a lot of time. A lot of time. And I really appreciate the kind words. We're happy to have you here. Russell Allen talking about Richmond, Virginia. There isn't really a ton going out in the Virginia, or a ton going on in the Virginias. You'll notice that in this moment anyway, the skies are clear in the greater Richmond area. But the next couple days might be slightly different. Tomorrow, you'll be looking at a little bit of a later into the evening threat for some damaging winds. I'm not really worried about Richmond for any type of a tornado or hail threat, though. You'll just be looking at some stronger storms rolling in, basically the leftovers of what's going to bring the more widespread severe weather to places to your north. Eventually, you'll get those storms into the later overnight hours. That's for tomorrow, anyway. Sunday will be a slightly different story, as the severe weather will be a little bit more in your area. But again, it's going to, in that case, even it's going to be a little further to your south. You can view all of this on our website, by the way. For example, here's what's going on today. Here's what's going on tomorrow. And you can take a look at the tornado, wind, and hail outlooks. And of course, Richmond, Virginia, sitting right here. So for your case, you're in a slight risk for severe weather tomorrow, and that's driven by this wind threat where you're in a 15% risk for wind. You're not in any type of a tornado risk, and you're barely in a 5% hail risk, and I'm not really worried about any hail tomorrow in general. And then as we go forward into Sunday, you're going to notice that you are within a 5% risk for severe weather, and there is that 15% slight risk for severe weather for the Carolinas. That's going to be from near Columbia all the way back through Charlotte, Raleigh, and all the way up closer to Richmond, but including Norfolk. And you can view all this at our website, WillBrattonWx.com, for free. We don't gain anything from people using our website. It's just a good tool. Yeah. All right, it does look like we are going to watch this cell pretty closely here. That is pretty far off east of Marquette, west of Newberry. And it doesn't have any kind of rotation going at all right now, but it does have that morphology where if it can establish some good inflow and get a pretty dominant updraft, it won't be hard to pull around an RFD and try to produce a tornado. Adrian's just let me know that it is kind of in the most favorable environment that's on the map right this moment anyway. So that one's going to be one to watch. Our storm that was off of the shoreline over the lake has really fallen apart. Of course, the one specifically we were watching was this one, and that one's really fallen apart. So if we are going to get one, the most likely scenario would be this storm in UP, Michigan anyway. And of course, we are still watching pretty closely out here for the possibility of a recycled spin-up tornado to happen near Morse. Right now, I'm not worried about that, though. And then also the potential for this storm, which has caught up to the outflow boundary fully, by the way, to establish good inflow and become tornadic, as this one definitely looks pretty concerning as well, easily producing up to 60 mile per hour wind gusts right now. It definitely was producing higher wind gusts than that not long ago. It is tagged for 70 mile per hour wind gusts. I doubt it's producing 70 mile per hour wind gusts at the second, but. And then out in Canada, this is in Alberta. I think this cell really is kind of falling apart a little bit. It doesn't look quite as concerning. Let's see. This warning is going to last for. Man, they issued this for an hour and a half. Interesting. this was anyway. We did just get a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Wisconsin. I'm gonna guess that's a new downstream warning towards Hayward here. It should show up on the map any second. Should look something like this. Probably not that large. Maybe something like whoops. Oh, okay. I was literally perfectly drawing the outline. But yeah, that's what we're taking a look at now. A new downstream considerable severe thunderstorm warning in place for 70-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail, and it is tornado possible tagged now. So the storm or the National Weather Service office in the area recognizing that. And by the way, on the latest scan, it did just get a lot better. This is still contaminated data coming in here. So you're going to notice in this circle, this is kind of clear air, not a lot of targets there. And that's where your brightest greens are showing up. So essentially your strongest inflow. But I'm not too dead set on that being accurate data. That's most likely contaminated data, at least in some regard. So these NROT values here, where it looks like you have a lot of rotation, are not exactly accurate. But the local National Weather Service office recognizing that this storm has caught up to that inflow or that outflow boundary. And you'll notice you now have yourself a nice little inflow notch set up right on into here. So this storm could easily become tornadic as it continues forward in time. The storm near Morse, new updraft would have to get established there with that embedded rotation. That one's not really a super significant risk. But again, we do still have 2 tornado warnings in place in Canada. One of them is in Alberta. This is pretty far west of Edmonton, a little bit southwest of Edmonton, where we do have a storm capable of producing a tornado. It doesn't look super impressive to me anymore, but it definitely did a little while ago. It looks a lot messier now. We also have another tornado warning present in Ontario. This is a storm that had a really, really strong signature of rotation earlier, really doesn't have anything at all anymore. So this tornado warning probably doesn't need to be on the map anymore from Environment Canada, but it is still there for the time being anyway. So we do still have these 2 tornado warnings in place. But this one, yeah, we do have a lot of lightning on this camera in the bottom left here, by the way, which is out in Greenville, Florida. A lot of vehicles driving on the roadway here, too. You can see all those flashes on that camera, just repeated lightning over and over and over again with that storm down there. And down in Florida, we do have a handful of severe thunderstorm warnings in place. I assume that this camera we're looking at is somewhere near the coast, near the Panhandle. I don't know exactly where you've got this camera at, Blake. I can just East Tallahassee. Okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So yeah, in this area in the Panhandle of Florida, really kind of North Florida and getting close to the Panhandle, like we're in the edge of the Panhandle for sure now. So in the Panhandle, a lot of stronger storms here rolling through with the tropical disturbance that is going on. And some pretty strong. Oh my goodness. Braden with the 5 gifted memberships. And man, they got handed out instantly this time. Rain, Christopher, Bethany O, the Holy Donut, and D Morris all got gifted subscriptions or memberships. I don't know why I keep saying subscriptions like it's Twitch. A lot of lightning with these storms, by the way, is a point I was about to get to. But Braden, thank you so much for the 5 gifted, dude. I really appreciate that. You do not have to do that. W Braden in the chat. Yeah, those the gifted memberships worked really well this time, actually. Really, really cool stuff. Everybody who's just gotten a membership, by the way, we do special things for our members. More new content will be coming exclusively for our members. And then you also get a fancy role in our Discord server. And that's where you can get other special rewards as a members in our Discord server. So definitely join up there if you aren't in there already. Okay, and then back into Wisconsin. We did have our original considerable severe thunderstorm warning lifted. So we're just looking at one now. And I will say this is actually looking decent now. This is looking like more accurate rotation, more indicative of what we're actually seeing. So definitely have a pretty strong storm in place here now. Yeah. I mean, that bounded weak echo region was really always there, but I feel like it's a little more there now. I just realized I should eat food, BRB. Okay, sounds good, Beth. Now I need to watch more since I'm a member. Of course. Brilliant marketing from Braden. Still another severe thunderstorm warning here in Wisconsin as well. This one is Douglas, Sawyer, and Washburn. Excuse me, that's the considerable severe thunderstorm warning. So Douglas, Sawyer, and Washburn counties. And then our other severe thunderstorm warning for Ashland and Iron counties here. As this one is just producing some wind, maybe some small hail. And it could develop the risk for an embedded tornado. But right now, definitely no risk. And this storm over here to the west of Newberry in the Upper Peninsula of New York is in the most favorable environment, but it doesn't really have any type of rotation or organization to it. If it can get organized, again, it's in the most favorable environment. So we got to watch it pretty closely if we can. Screen froze up on me after all these ads. I hope there aren't too many ads. Maybe I need to like adjust some settings. There are a decent amount of things I can control with the ads. I haven't really tweaked settings much at all since we got monetized though. But I want to make sure that the viewing experience and like the ability to get the information is not interrupted by any type of ad or anything like that. So if you have feedback on what we can do to make that a little better too, definitely drop that in our Discord with a feedback ticket. And I will say part of the lag issue is probably not the lag. It's it's because I'm having lag issues from home base here. So we've dropped we've dropped like 20% of our frames on this broadcast. Yeah, we are still looking at a tornado warning in place in Alberta here to the southwest of Edmonton. And I think our tornado warning in Ontario is still in effect, but I'm not won over by it at all. It looks like maybe a little bit of rotation trying to reestablish itself. But it had completely lost any type of rotation there a little bit ago. Mikey, glad to hear that you made it home safe. I appreciate your coverage this evening. Mikey, of course, one of our storm chasers, and he did hit 1,000 subscribers this evening. So shout out to Mikey for that. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning in Georgia. This one's going to be for Emmanuel, Montgomery, Toombs, Trutland, and Wheeler counties in Georgia. Turn off the lighting here. As it looks like we just have maybe some small hail with this storm. Yeah, small hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds is what it's tagged for. Doesn't look particularly concerning, though. And maybe it looks like our Wisconsin storm trying to get organized here. We're still not getting the latest scan on my cross-section viewer. But you never know. It could be it could be due to the fact that I'm dealing with some lag issues right now for some reason. Is Monday looking like a possibility of an outbreak of some sort? I don't know if I would use the word outbreak yet, for sure. I definitely would not use the word outbreak yet, but Monday definitely looks like it could be a decent severe weather day, where we could see pretty widespread severe weather. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning. I think this is, yeah, we got a new one out in Idaho. So we'll take a visit on over there in a second. I do want to check in really, really quick on the one in New Mexico. And it looks like our storm that was near Marathon has fallen apart. So that's good. We do have this storm in New Mexico, still 6 minutes remaining. They may issue a new severe thunderstorm warning on this storm because it does look to be still kicking. All right, so for Boise, we did get a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is definitely a downburst. It looks like. No? Hold on. Hang on a minute. Let me invest. Oh, hello. Not a downburst. We got some hail with this guy. There it is. So we definitely have actually, this is a pretty decent hail core. Good spot by the National Weather Service, as we definitely have a pretty solid hail core out here. It is decently sheared. It's not super impressive, but it has a little bit of shearing, and we're launching those 60 dBz values close to 30,000 feet. So, a pretty impressive updraft here. Yeah, definitely capable of producing some hail. It is pretty elevated, though. You'll notice you can barely even see the storm at all until like 8,000 feet. So even if there is a lot of large hail, most of it's going to melt on the way down. And in the bottom left of your screen, by the way, you will still see a lot of lightning out there in Florida. This is just east of Tallahassee. All right, still looking at a pretty strong storm out here in Wisconsin. But I will say it really looks like that rotation risk has completely fallen through here. So it looks like our tornado possible tag will likely eventually get removed the next time we get a downstream warning or an update on this warning. And in general, whoops, didn't mean to do that. In general, this storm is still going to be capable of producing gusty, damaging winds. I don't know if it needs to be a considerable severe thunderstorm warning at this point, to be quite honest with you. It was looking pretty vicious earlier and definitely deserved that considerable tag earlier. But I'm not so convinced on it now. It's definitely not really a hail producer at all. That's okay. It's got a little bit of hail for sure in there. I mean, just a little bit in there. You can see it a little better on CC, but Dylan, I see you in the chat. Betho, I'm happy to hear that you're recovering well from getting the teeth pulled. Extended the tornado warning in Ontario? Well, that rotation was beginning to redevelop. It's got an inflow notch. Yeah, that rotation definitely recycled, so not bad. Not a bad tornado warning at this second anyway. There was a good 10 minutes in there where there was no reason to have a tornado warning, but I don't hate playing it conservative in a lot of those scenarios and keeping it up in case the storm recycles, like in this case it did. I think this cell still looks not very impressive out here. This is in Alberta. This is to the west of Edmonton. This is all possibly a tornado. So no confirmed tornadoes anywhere so far tonight, as far as I know, and I'm hoping that will remain the case. Yeah. So nothing crazy going on with this guy, but with either of these storms in Canada, but definitely has rotation recycling itself in Ontario. All right, so back to our considerable severe thunderstorm warning here in Wisconsin. Yeah, really looks like that rotation has completely fallen apart. So we're just looking at a stronger thunderstorm at this point, capable of producing some small to medium sized hail and some gusty winds up to 70 miles per hour. And I don't even honestly think it could be producing 70-mile-per-hour winds at this point. Let's take a look at our hail core here. Yeah, this is not a very impressive hail producer by any stretch. Not really expecting much of a hail risk, but could be producing a little bit of hail. It would just be kind of those marbles, pea-sized, marble size, something like that. All right, I'm going to check in on our storm that is west of Newberry, as this one has been in the most favorable environment and is finally beginning to establish a little bit of rotation. So that's going to be one to watch. And this could really be the last chance at a tornado tonight, because this is a pretty low end day. And most of these storms are going to weaken pretty quickly. And this is not going to be a long broadcast here tonight. I will say it looks like we had something recycle out here near Glidden. Interesting. So a couple of other areas where we do have a little bit of inflow and broad rotation, but nothing crazy going on. It doesn't, I know I am getting a decent amount of lag, but it doesn't seem like the lag has impacted the broadcast really at all, which is good. Because I'm getting notified, I am getting decent frame drops, a lot more than I would ever want to have. But as far as I can tell, it doesn't seem like it's impacting the broadcast like at all. Like, I'm just missing a couple frames here and there, but it's not noticeable. I'm not freezing or buffering or anything. So, assuming that stays the same, we're just going to keep rolling here without worrying about it. We did get a new severe thunderstorm warning you saw on your screen there for Pima County, Arizona. That's going to be near Shuck, where we have a looks to be just like a random pulse storm that fired off here, producing 60-mile-per-hour winds at the surface. So something to see. Ray Mave saying Monday I'm predicting a 12-hour stream. We'll see. I hope not. I hope there aren't 12 hours of severe weather. That would be scary stuff. It'd be a lot of danger for a lot of folks. We did get a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Wisconsin. I don't know if this shouldn't be a downstream warning. I don't know what this is going to be. We'll see it in a second here. Yeah, honestly, I have no idea what this is about to be, but we'll find out in just a second here. Okay, so it was around this entire cluster of storms. So for 70-mile-per-hour winds, I'm going to go out on a limb and assume something was measured. No? Nothing measured, but we do have 2 tornado possible storms in place now. I will say the one near Hayward really doesn't need to be tornado possible anymore. At least at this current moment, it could recycle and become tornado possible again. But at this moment, not really a concern. So I assume they're going to lift this original severe thunderstorm warning that was in place. But now within these tornado possible, considerable severe thunderstorm warnings with the risk for tornado, should any rotation establish itself, and the risk for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, those counties in Wisconsin are going to be Ashland, Iron, Price, Sawyer, Douglas, and Washburn. And I'm still watching the storm to the west of Newberry here pretty closely, as there is a little bit of weak broad rotation in there at the mid-levels. It does honestly look to me like this storm here to the south of Clam Lake could become tornadic. Oh wow. Okay, so we did have the storm in Alberta did produce a tornado. It looks like that was about 30 to 40 minutes ago. I'm going to drop the link to that in the chat. I can't show it on air. But we had a confirmed tornado in Alberta for sure. And that storm is still tornado warned at the moment. You'll see that we have this pair of tornado warnings for that supercell here to the southwest of Edmonton. I'm surprised that Environment Canada hadn't confirmed this really at any point here. So yeah, definitely a storm that did produce a tornado. This was south of Edson near Robb is where this tornado occurred. Whoa, I didn't mean to zoom in quite so aggressively. Jeez. South of Edson. Yeah. No, my hardware is perfectly fine. The issue is just my internet. I don't know what's going on at the moment. Yeah, definitely a large tornado there in Alberta. Yeah, we have a handful of considerable severe thunderstorm warnings in place, or a pair of them, I should say. Both of those are tornado possible tagged and tagged with 60-mile-per-hour winds. Some small hail maybe in the mix with those as well. It looks to me like this storm out here that is south of Clam Lake could become tornadic, although I will say that rotation has broadened out over the last couple scans. So perhaps that tornado threat with that one is weakening. So yeah, Johnny Melancholy in the chat. Michelle out there as well. Yeah, so currently on the map right now, we do have the 2 tornado warnings up in Canada. One is in Alberta, or I should say, I guess 2 counties are warned in Alberta, but 1 tornado warning really. In Alberta, 1 in Ontario. I don't know what I'm doing. I was zooming out for no reason. Okay, looks like this rotation has fallen apart a little bit, but we still have a very supercellular looking storm here in Ontario that's definitely recycling. So we could easily see this one become a tornado producer again, or become tornadic again. So I support keeping the warning in place for the time being. Yeah. Yeah, so oh, it's showing me the same scan at every level for some reason. Okay. Incredible. Luckily, it didn't look like that tornado hit anything. Yeah, the one in Alberta looks like it didn't hit anything at all. It was kind of in like the middle of nowhere.
A new tornado
All right, so we did
warning
just get a
has been
tornado
issued.
warning in Wisconsin. So we do have a tornado warning in place here in Wisconsin. So that is going to be, oh yeah, okay. The one near Glidden really has tightened up here over the last couple of minutes. And that rotation is most certainly there. It's very tight at the mid levels. We are looking at 6,400 feet in the air. It is very tight rotation. So we do have a tornado warning in place now. And again, we are in northern Wisconsin right now. This tornado warning is for Ashland, Iron, and Price counties in Wisconsin here. So this one's going to be headed towards areas like Butternut and eventually probably to just to the northeast of Park Falls. Yeah, most certainly a concerning storm here, capable of producing a tornado. And keep in mind, we have 2 tornado warnings active in Canada also at the same time right now. But yeah, definitely a storm that could produce a tornado here. This is the frame we were looking at about 10 minutes ago where we were like a little worried about it. And then that rotation for the other cell really broadened out over on the left-hand side. But near Glidden, it really tightened up over a couple of scans here. Now, I will say the latest scan is slightly weaker. It is still just as tight of rotation, though. Caleb, I see you in the chat. Good to see you out there. Cooper, the meteorologist, you as well. But yeah, this is a definitely a storm that is capable of producing a tornado, or at the very least, was capable of producing a tornado just minutes ago, and I still think it is capable of producing a tornado. If we did have one, it would most likely be slightly rain wrapped here, or at least kind of you'd need to be in the bear's cage probably to see it. But it's a little difficult to tell as the lowest picture we can get on this storm is unfortunately at 6,500 feet in the air. Yeah, we are going to get a new velocity scan in here in just a second. Or just about 10 seconds, it looks like. Wonderful. Get a tornado warning about 15 miles west. Yeah, so this couplet had been trying to get tightened up earlier, and then it weakened. The latest scan has uptrended a lot. So it wouldn't shock me to see a new tornado warning there as well, especially with how aggressive they were on this one. I will say this one is still there, but I would say both of these are equally as concerning. So given how aggressive they were with the one near Glidden, it would not shock me to see one north of Loretta. Forsythia Private Wealth has joined us as a Cirrus member. Appreciate that. Yeah, definitely a tightening couplet forming here pretty quickly north of Loretta. If I was in the office, I would probably warn this from the latest scan. Yeah, this is the scan where I would probably do it. Is right here. You can see things really tightening up here. And you can see that inflow is pretty well established as well. This is not contaminated data. This is within the middle of the storm here at the mid levels. Definitely not contaminated data. So you have a strong rotating couplet, most certainly in place. Cooper, you should do whatever you want, my friend. Again, this is a tornado warning in Wisconsin right now for Ashland and Iron and Price counties. And we're probably going to see another one just to the west. We're going to see in just a couple seconds when that velocity scan updates here. All right, just about 10 more seconds. There we go. Yeah, I'd be warning that. I would definitely be warning that. We're uptrending pretty quickly here over the course of about 5 minutes or so. Really uptrending fast. I would definitely be warning this if I was sitting in the chair. So we could be seeing a new tornado warning showing up here in Wisconsin as well. And this one would likely include, let's take a look at it. If we were going to get one, it would be for Sawyer, Price, and Ashland counties here. Something like this. Something like that is what we would probably be looking at here if we were going to get one. If I was in the chair, I think I would issue it. Hearing rumors Monday night and Tuesday morning could be a pretty intense day for severe weather. Yeah, I definitely think so. Will it affect northern Illinois? These storms, no. So again, we are looking at a second couplet that could be capable of producing a tornado here, just to the west of Butternut and north of Loretta, here in northern Wisconsin. All right, just for a quick second, I'm going to check in on the cell out here in Canada. It is still kicking. This one's in Alberta. Has not been confirmed. We did have a visual on a tornado on this storm about 45 to 50 minutes ago. And then we have another supercell out here. That one is not looking as nice now, which is good news. And that one's in Ontario. What are your thoughts of a flight that leaves in early Tuesday morning out of Milwaukee at 5 a.m.? That's really specific. Honestly, I can't really give you thoughts that specific, unfortunately, especially this far out. If you ask me again on Monday, I can give you an answer. Maybe even Sunday, but it's too far out for me to be able to give you an honest or accurate prediction. I will say our storm to the west here of our tornado warning and considerable severe thunderstorm warning was downgraded away from being a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. So our only considerable right now on the map is the same one that has our tornado warning and our second area of concern where we could see another tornado warning soon. That one is going to be including Ashland, Iron, Price, and Sawyer counties here in Wisconsin. Okay, thanks. Did not mean to be that specific. No, it's okay. You can ask anything you want. I can't in good faith give you an honest answer to that question. Because the honest answer is I have no idea. It's a little too far out for me to have a good idea. Yeah, I'm honestly somewhat surprised given how aggressively they warned the other cell or the original area of rotation that they haven't issued a second tornado warning here for Park Falls. Kind of like this or something. Did you see my chat before? I don't think I did. We've got a lot of enforcement warning due to a wildfire in California. Yeah, I believe you. NATO is down. What do you mean by that? Where at? What's your source? Which tornado? What's your source? Could be this one. Still not warned, and I honestly think it should be warned. Still rotation present in Ontario. Back into Alberta. Same goes. That cell is still kicking. It still doesn't look super impressive to me, but it's definitely well sheared and it's been able to sustain itself for a long time. So you got to give it that much at the very least. Whoever that is retracted the chat, so most likely didn't mean that. I will say our original tornado warning really looks to have weakened a decent amount here. I will say there is going to be interference with the radar unit here as we are right near the melting layer. Yeah, this rotation looks pretty much non-existent here with this tornado warning. So I wouldn't be shocked at all to see that tornado warning lifted. Okay. So still waiting on the storm. We have a tornado warning in place still for Ashland, Iron, and Price counties in Wisconsin. But again, I'm not really convinced that this one is capable of producing a tornado right this second. It definitely was, but we're also dealing with a little bit of interference. We're kind of near the melting layer. You can see we've switched. Yeah. We've switched into and out of different sales modes during this time here, it seems like they're trying to avoid the melting layer, the radar operator. No, the one in Ontario is definitely a supercell. That's not a fire NATO type of thing. That's a pretty clear supercell. I will say, I'm really honestly surprised this is not tornado warned here. I think the current tornado warning should be lifted and we should have a new one here. Something like that. So that's my opinion. But if you're in that tornado warning, do not come out of your basement or your storm shelter of any kind. There obviously is a tornado warning in place from the National Weather Service, and that's what you need to take as the golden standard at all times. But this, in my opinion, should be warned, and this should be lifted. That's just my opinion. Yeah, there's absolutely nothing with this anymore. This original tornado warning. There's nothing there. That warning does not need to be on the map. And in my opinion, there should be a warning on this one. Really, as far back as like this frame, maybe even this frame, but definitely by like this frame, I probably would have warned it. I mean, it's still looking good. There's still a little bit of contaminated data coming through here, so it's hard to tell exactly if it's looking as good as I think it's looking, but definitely still a pretty solid looking storm regardless. I don't know. I'm I'm definitely a little surprised that the storm is not warned, given how aggressively they warned the one near Glidden a minute ago. I mean, we're seeing a VROT of like what, 40 almost? Close to 40, not quite, close to 40, which is not super impressive, but you're also at 6,000 feet in the air. Are the wildfires going to get worse with these storms or start to improve? Well, the storms aren't going to impact them a ton. I mean, if anything, obviously rain's going to help put out some of the fire, but it doesn't do a lot. And in general, a lot of the time with that smoke, when you get a lot of precipitation, what happens is you have all these little aerosols floating around in the air, right? And what that does is, one, it leads to an increased rain rate because you have more nuclei for water to condense on. Essentially, more particles for like, just like when the side of your glass sweats on a humid day or something like that. That type of thing. You have more nuclei for water to condense on. And whoa. Okay. I mean, like, I don't know. I honestly think this should have been warned a while ago. At this point, this is, I don't know. City should be in about 5 seconds here. Okay, so that one didn't hold quite as well. It downtrended on the latest scan, but there is definitely rotation embedded in there near Gold City. Could definitely be seeing hail there as well. I'd say you're likely seeing hail there, to be honest with you. At least some hail. Decently large hail core, not anything super impressive, but decently large. Yeah, this one, I wouldn't say it needs a tornado warning. This scan, I would have said if it continued like this or uptrended from here, I would have said definitely issue a tornado warning. But it downtrended just slightly. So I would hold off right now if I was sitting in the chair. But more importantly to me right now is this storm, which I am still, I mean, I will say it's slightly more broad now than it was prior. And obviously we've been dealing with interference in our aliasing from the melting layer. You can see all these NVs coming back. Okay, it looks like the internet issue is fixed for the moment anyway, so that's good news at least. All right, since our tornado warning in Wisconsin was lifted, I am going to go ahead and check in on the tornado warnings out in Alberta and Ontario. Alberta and Ontario, we do have a pretty large hail spike on this storm. So this supercell is just a little engine that could. It just doesn't want to quit. I will say it is still tagged to possibly be producing a tornado. So no confirmed tornado at this time. We did have visual confirmation that that did produce a tornado earlier, but that was like an hour ago. And then our other supercell, this one is definitely looking somewhat concerning too here, as this one is tagged for a possible producing tornado as well. So no confirmed tornadoes in Canada right this moment. But this one, morphology-wise, looks absolutely beautiful. I mean, that's a very photogenic storm in terms of the morphology. So definitely one that I would be watching very closely. And this one's definitely producing hail. There's no doubt about that. You got that hail spike in there clear as day. Yesterday, the Starship Flight 13 test flight aborted at T-minus 0. Some of the engines didn't start. Will Environment Canada issue a tornado warning for the next county over? For which storm? I assume you're talking about the Ontario storm. So over here, this, if I play through the loop here, this supercell is not moved really. It's just going to the southeast. So we may see a new tornado warning issued for whatever this county is. Actually doesn't tell me. Interesting. Yeah, it actually doesn't tell me what the county name is, but we do have a severe thunderstorm warning downstream in place from Environment Canada, Ontario, already set up here. If you're between or on the border of two risks, marginal and slight, for example, would you get both conditions? Well, those are always estimates. So you have no way to know what you're going to get exactly, regardless. Yeah, this is a weird polygon shape. I think it's meant to go around the bay, but it just doesn't really. They just don't want to warn Thunder Bay. Very, very strange shape. You're not wrong. I'm going to check in on our storm here in Wisconsin. And dude, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know how the other one got warned so aggressively, but this one, turning a blind eye to it. You think the bay's in a different county? It might be. I don't know my Canadian counties. I don't know. I mean, it could be. Like, I doubt it. But it could be. Yeah, this is still a very dangerous looking supercell here. Environment Canada has warned out here in Ontario. This is west of Nipigon. Nipigon? Definitely capable of producing a tornado. Yeah, dude, I don't know. I just look at this and I'm like, I don't know. I look at this here in northern Wisconsin. This is just to the west of Park Falls. And I'm just confused because the other warning was pretty aggressive, but this one clearly they're not fond of for some reason or another. Oh, my data got aliased. Does Environment Canada use a WFO system? Oh man, I don't remember off the top of my head. I knew the answer to this. Okay, so apparently the warnings don't exactly go off of counties per se for Environment Canada. So Environment Canada has like 6 different storm prediction centers basically. And that's what issues that the alerts and outlooks. Oh yeah, Hayden's in the chat to answer that question. He's the mind behind this Canada weather website, which is fantastic, by the way. Hayden, you need to give me the ability to go frame by frame and like control like a slider of frames, or like hit the arrow keys to go back and forth between frames. Canada has a storm prediction center for each province and territory. That's what he's. Logan's saying, what's going on for Ottawa tomorrow? Honestly, I don't exactly know. The US is my specialty. But I can probably find out. Forecasts. Environment Canada outlooks. Yeah, you're good. Let's see. What do we got? Not an alert product. So apparently there's a high risk for. I know you're not Logan. I was. Logan's also talking about something else. This is for Saturday to Sunday, it looks like. So that's probably what you're looking for. So here's what's going on. I'm assuming this is the Ontario Storm Prediction Center, is the OSPC. So you have a high risk of severe weather that is in place for a lot of southern Ontario. A lot of the lakes region in general. And the majority of the province is in fact within at least a moderate risk. Looks like the hazards are, or is this like a, honestly, I don't know exactly what this is. I don't know how to exactly read Environment Canada's outlooks. I haven't ever really looked at them. The Canada stuff is very new to me, of course, being an American. Seagray, what's up? All right. Still watching our rotation out here in northern Wisconsin. Scott, I see that actually. In Monticello, Florida, in the bottom left-hand corner, that traffic camera. Evidently, we're currently looking at January 6th, 1970. So we're time traveling here in Monticello, Florida. That's pretty funny. I don't think I've ever seen that before. These traffic cameras. That's kind of funny. But again, we have no tornado warnings in the US right now. In Canada, we are looking at a pair of tornado warnings, one in Ontario, mainly for this supercell that is currently just about to move out of the tornado warn polygon, as that one's headed off towards the lake. And then we're also watching southwest of Edmonton, this supercell, which has a very, very significant looking hail spike on it at the moment. And this storm had formerly produced a large tornado. Oh, he said, oh. Yeah, a very significant hail spike here. And again, this is still tornado warned for possibly producing a tornado. So no confirmed tornado as of late. A lot of lightning in that Florida camera in the bottom left-hand corner, by the way. I remember when my phone reset, it said January 1st, 1900. Back to the future. Yeah, this is the storm I'm going to try and stay with the closest in Canada right now, as it's got that crazy hail spike going on. But I will say this storm out here has also been looking pretty good at times. That rotation isn't set up exactly nicely. I should have checked on this one while I was over here. See if that rotation's still looking okay. Yeah, a lot of contaminated data here, where you're just not getting some of that data, it looks like. Looks like some rotation is present, though. This is kind of what we're looking at here. All right, our storm in Wisconsin. Looks like it is downtrending a lot here. So that's good. Whether it produced a tornado or not is uncertain. It didn't get warned at any point, despite them warning the other one. Now, I will say they did significantly shrink down that considerable severe thunderstorm warning from what it was. Here's where that tornado warning was earlier. This is obviously not live right this second. But they also shrunk this considerable severe thunderstorm warning down a lot to just include what is really just one discrete supercell on its own right now near Park Falls and Fifield. And that is really the main concern on the map at this point. None of these other storms look threatening at all, in the United States anyway. Okay, so we did just even get that considerable severe thunderstorm warning shrunken down even more. Still tagged with up to 70-mile-per-hour winds. Still tornado possible tagged. And still tagged with up to 3/4-inch hail. This hail spike is continuing to look very impressive out here to the west of Edmonton, southwest, really. Yeah, definitely a very strong supercell out here in the Canadian prairie. Kind of really right on the edge of the prairie. So I don't think BC is considered part of the prairie. I think it's just Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba. My Canadian ball knowledge is very low, other than the fact that I'm a huge hockey guy. The NAM has a hurricane. The NAM always enjoys doomsday scenarios. I don't like the NAM. A lot of people really live and die by the NAM because they've really mastered what the NAM's limitations and tendencies are. So, for example, they know when it's going to put a hurricane on the map, when it puts a hurricane on the map, what that actually means is going to happen. Whereas for me, I just don't use the NAM because I don't think it does a very good job 80% of the time. Now, I reference the NAM, but I would never use the NAM as the rule of thumb. Like I would never, if I only had 2 seconds to look at a map and I just needed a quick model output that I feel like I can reasonably trust in an average scenario, I'm not looking at the NAM 3K. It's just not happening. The refs say also has a low in hurricane. I believe it. I'll help you learn Canadian knowledge for like the 4 Canadian streams that'll happen in a year. Yeah. Hey, I'm happy to do it. Still a very significant hail spike on this storm. What are the HRRR? The HRR is, I call it the HRR. People call it the HRRR, the HRRR. I just call it the HRR. The HRR is a high resolution rapid refresh model. It's a model at a 3-kilometer resolution that updates, or it renders out once an hour, and it renders out for 24 hours, but then every 6 hours it'll render out for 48 hours in advance. And it's a convective allowing model. It tends to be one of the most accurate models in stereotypical scenarios anyway. When you get into anomalous situations, there are really no models that are good at predicting anomalous situations. The storm kind of looks like it wants to wrap up and try again, by the way. I feel like I'm getting a slightly better handle on how to interpret the Canadian radar unit after this is our like second time taking a look at it on air in terms of like second broadcast. And of course, the last time we looked at it was a really long broadcast, so I got a lot of time to get familiar with it. Canada radar scans are every 7 or 8 minutes, even if it's tornado warned. Every 6 minutes. Yeah. To be fair, I mean, even our NexRad 88Ds in the US, you know, depending on the mode, you don't want to overstress the radar unit, you know. So you don't want to run it into the ground unless you really need it. That's why we have clear air modes and our sails and our AV set and everything. So still watching this discrete supercell out here in northern Wisconsin. A lot of contamination there. It is dead, almost dead center in the middle of a radar hole at this point, and it's moving into the dead center of this radar hole. So that's unfortunate, but yeah. What are your thoughts on a tropical storm to be possible in the Gulf next week in 2 words? Not likely. Okay, bro. I mean, I could be viciously wrong. You never know. Got to be careful with those. Don't want it to age like milk. But yeah, this is really the main concern on the map at this point. I'm going to check in on the other warnings we have around. We do have the one out southwest of Tallahassee now for this stronger line of storms associated with that tropical disturbance in the Gulf that is bringing this crazy outflow boundary here that you can see getting kicked up. And it is just expansive. I mean, this thing is tracking probably like 100, 200 miles or something like that, all the way from the coast literally into Georgia, pretty far into Georgia too. So a pretty strong storm out here producing a pretty strong gusty swath of winds. Tagged with 60-mile-per-hour winds down here in Tallahassee or southwest of Tallahassee. In Arizona, we're looking at the Mojave and San Bernardino counties region. There's also a considerable flash flood warning in place for this because they've gotten just a ton of rain. And by a ton of rain, I mean by their standards. They're not used to getting dumped on like this all the time. Of course, it happens, monsoon season and all that. But the ground can't, the water can't permeate the surface very easily in these types of regions when it's been so dry. It pools on the surface so fast and you get that crazy flash flooding. So that's a concern down there in Arizona. In Kentucky for Adair and Greene counties, this is going to be east of Bowling Green, south of Campbellsville, areas like Gradyville, Milltown, and Columbia, tagged with 60-mile-per-hour winds and some small hail. In Montana, Broadwater and Meagher counties, we are looking at another one of these storms near Winston. It seems to be kind of a hot spot here near Winston and Townsend in Montana over the last couple of weeks, where we've been seeing all these storms that fire off. This one looks to be moving due north, tagged with 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Definitely wouldn't be shocked to see this storm producing that hail, maybe even more so than the wind threat. It looks like our supercell out here in northern Wisconsin kind of seems like maybe it's downtrending a little bit. It's definitely shrinking. I'm going to pull some other frames back and take a look at these echo tops over time here in just a second. That might be a little more indicative of what's going on. What's going on? I'm excited to see who wins the World Cup overall. Oh, me too. Yeah, Hayden's website processes data. It is literally the single best way to look at Canadian weather information that exists. It's pretty impressive what he's built. Really, really cool of him to let us use it as well. Going to be a busy weekend. And then Monday, yeah, Sunday night could definitely have some severe weather as well. We'll be broadcasting it. I really wish I could broadcast tomorrow night, but I know that since it's a larger severe weather day tomorrow, everybody will be broadcasting, I'm sure, that does this type of work. So at least there will be options. I have comfort in knowing that. It kind of bothers me that a lot of folks are like, tonight isn't worth my time type of thing. And it's like, people's lives could be on the line. Like, that's worth your time. That's what you do for a living. You signed up to do it. You should be broadcasting. That's just my opinion. And obviously there's exceptions. Like tomorrow night, I can't broadcast. I'm not calling anybody out that isn't broadcasting tonight. I'm just saying as a general sense. I think that mentality gets thrown in there sometimes and I don't like it. Kaysen says, gotta go see an extreme. Sounds good. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I think Argentina's gonna win it overall. They expired the tornado warning in Ontario. Okay. Yeah, they did. Good. To be determined if they're going to reignite a new one. There is still some inflow there. You never know what a marginal risk can still have on a tornado outbreak. Still a crazy hail spike going on with this storm. I mean, this thing has been dropping basically snow probably because it's not really moved that much. Just sitting there dropping hail over and over and over again on the same spot. Now, to be fair, when we're seeing this hail spike for long periods of time, one, it's because we're only getting new scans every 6 minutes. But two, it could be that we're just growing hail over and over, again, and it's not falling out of the cloud. That hail is just being suspended by a strong updraft, and therefore there isn't any hail falling, but there's plenty of hail aloft that will fall eventually. It's just going to continue to grow. Plowable hail, literally. I mean, there's those photos that come out every year from random areas, often in Oklahoma or something like that, or maybe in Colorado, where they just get those giant, really, really powerful updrafts that just build so much hail, and it's tagged for hail for so long and never produces any or never drops any hail. And then when that storm dissipates, it all falls down at once and it looks like it snowed. So That could be what we're seeing here, or we could be seeing just a bunch of hail still suspended, or like we could be seeing it still suspended in the cloud, or we could be just seeing hail being cycled and then it drops, cycled and then it drops. You know, just growing more and more over and over again. Yeah. Okay. You're cutting out pretty bad, Adrian, but I think I got the gist of what you're saying. So I think I got you. Still looking at a crazy hail spike on this. I mean, crazy hail spike. It is really interesting to me. Like, I wonder what the logistics of hail spikes are with the Canadian radar units, because obviously they're not the NEXRAD 88Ds that we use in the US. So I don't know. I'm sure the pulses are slightly different, maybe slightly different amounts of energy, different wavelengths. It could be anything. So I'm curious. I geek out over this type of stuff. Oh, wow. The best and worst thing ever is accumulating 2 to 3 inch hail at 3 a.m. that ruins your sighting. But at least driving on it is crunchy. Wow. That sounds like an experience that I don't want to have, but I am sorry that you had to go through that. Anyone in this area out here to the southwest of Edmonton is probably experiencing that, if there happens to be somebody out there right now. We are looking at Price County here with our considerable severe thunderstorm warning that is going to be allowed to expire. They have issued a regular severe thunderstorm warning for Price County underneath the considerable one. So that's something interesting. There it is. It just wasn't showed. It didn't show up on the map yet there. That was odd. So there it is. So yeah, this storm doesn't seem super impressive anymore. I know I was pulling back some frames to look at the trend of those echo tops, and then I got distracted. So let's see if I can actually do that now. Okay, sounds good. Yeah, you can see this storm is clearly beginning to downtrend here, and almost kind of rapidly. So most likely our severe threat in Wisconsin is mostly going to be pretty limited tonight. We could still see a severe threat in northern lower peninsula of Michigan here, towards like Rogers City, maybe a little bit later on this evening. So that is something to watch. But I think a lot of our severe weather threat is diminishing here, which is good news. We're going to stay with things for at least a little while longer, though. At the very least, like 15 minutes. Seeing a lot of crazy photos coming out of Putnam County, Tennessee, with a lot of flash flooding that's going on. I'm going to go ahead and drop a link to this in the chat. Some crazy flash flooding there that Adrian found on Twitter. So definitely give that a look. See you Monday. Not sure exactly what time of day, to be determined. All right, sounds good. Yeah, this is also the weather's somewhat calm at the moment anyway. This is a good time to ask any meteorological questions or just questions in general if anybody has anything they want to ask. This is kind of the best time to do it. Out in Kentucky for Adair and Greene counties, by the way, we did see a new severe thunderstorm warning eventually popped up where we had one earlier. And this is going to last for another 15 minutes, 60-mile-per-hour winds, some small hail in there. In college, what tornado was used the most for learning purposes? That's a great question. I mean, we use Smithville a lot, but we're also from Starkville, I went to school in Starkville, Mississippi. It's like right down the road. So that was used a lot. Joplin's used a lot. I did a case study on the tornado that went through downtown St. Louis just last May, in May of 2025, like May 16th, I think, of 2025. I did a case study on that one myself, but that one wasn't like widely used. Rolling Fork is not really used a lot because the radar data isn't amazing. Of course, Rolling Fork is in fact in a radar hole, so. Okay, so I do have some news. So per the Cincinnati fire chief, evidently, as of just about 20 minutes ago, emergency crews have responded to 40 water rescues and 1 injury from the flash floods today, this afternoon and evening. So definitely a dangerous situation out there. Do I think a derecho is possible in New York tomorrow? Yeah, I definitely do. And keep in mind that a derecho is not a storm. A derecho is a series of damage indicators. So like you can't look at the radar and be like, boom, that's a derecho. I see it on radar. It is something that is assessed after a storm passes through. So I do think a derecho is on the table tomorrow, though. The widespread wind damage is most certainly on the table. So it wouldn't blow my mind. Can you explain to my family how heat lightning is real lightning? It's not. Heat lightning is not a thing. Heat lightning is just what you see flashing the night sky from distant storms that you can't see because they're beyond the horizon, but that light still illuminates the sky. How do you know if rotation can actually produce a tornado? So there's a handful of things you can look at. You can look at your VROT, which is essentially just your gate-to-gate velocity couplet. So when you have a velocity couplet, right? So let's say here's your area of red, right? Really good art here. And then here's your area of green. So here's your velocity couplet, we'll call it. The area you're looking at is like maybe you have a pixel right here that's kind of blue, and that's your strongest pixel. And then you have your pixel right here that's like your orange or yellow. I guess I could do orange here, like your orange there. So that is, you take a look at those two pixels essentially, and how much energy is being shot back to the radar unit. So how many decibels are being measured, what your DBZ measure is. And then you take that, you add them together, or you make sure it's co-located with your DBZ values. Excuse me. You add the velocities together in knots, and then you divide by 2, and that gives you your VROT. And VROT is not like a rule of thumb, but it's something that you can look at for, does this look impressive? So like a VROT of above 50 is generally pretty impressive and could produce a tornado. And you can get it with a lot less than that too. A lot of folks refer to this as your gate-to-gate velocity, which basically just means that it's the point at which winds going in opposing directions intersect. So like the tip of 2 arrows essentially coming together. Other things you can look at include the height at which that rotation is. So that has to do with how far away you are from the radar unit. So for example, if we're looking at this storm here in Wisconsin right now, and we're looking at it from the La Crosse radar unit, as I hover over these pixels, you can't see it, but in the bottom right of my screen, I'm looking at these pixels that are about 16,600 feet. So that's really high in the air. But then if I look from the Duluth radar, I'm only looking at 8,400 feet. But in radar holes, sometimes that's the lowest angle you can get. Like right now, this storm's in a radar hole. The lowest picture we can get is 8,600 feet here in northern central Wisconsin. So for this scenario, you have to look at your velocity couplet, which, by the way, your velocity couplet, you never want to use a standard base velocity product. You need to be looking at your storm relative velocity. And what storm relative velocity is it just takes how fast the storm is moving and subtracts that from your storm vector. So for example, if a storm is moving, okay, I can draw this out probably to make it a little easier to understand. So if you have a storm on the radar, here's your supercell. I'll make it look supercellular-ish. That's the worst looking supercell of all time, possibly. That's arguably even worse, but we're going to go with this because I think it looks funny. So here's your supercell, really good drawing. And it might be moving straight to the east, right? But it has winds within it that are going in different directions. It has winds that are coming in with your inflow, and then it has winds from your RFD that are coming back around the other side, right? That look like this. And so what happens is the winds that are measured by the radar unit also factor in how fast the storm is going east. So in this case, your blue winds here that are also going east, like this part of the wind, those values are going to come back a lot higher. And then these values here that are in pink are going to come back a lot lower because you're adding, those winds are going west, but then you also are adding in that eastward motion, right? So those come back near zero. So what storm relative velocity does is it subtracts the storm motion vector so that what you're left with is just the raw winds that are within the storm, just these black lines here. So just how fast are the storms moving, or are the winds moving in the storm if the storm were standing still? That's what your storm relative velocity is looking at. And so that's especially useful for looking at rotation because then it helps filter your radar data to understand how well is this storm actually rotating. How fast is it actually rotating? you can't really tell if you're just looking at the base velocity product. Okay, what courses should one take in high school to prep and get into meteorology? Take all the science classes you can. If the number one thing that I recommend doing is getting ahead in your math. If you come into college and you're ready to take Calculus 1 or you've already taken it, you're in the perfect spot. You don't want to be coming into college and having to start with like college algebra, for example, or something like that, because it'll set you back a little. Now, you can do it. That's not necessarily like a problem, but it will make things more difficult for you. So I recommend making sure your math is taken care of and you're ready to get into Calculus 1 the second you get to college in your first semester. I also recommend taking just basic physics and chemistry courses. Chemistry is not really that useful in general meteorology, especially meteorological analysis. Now, on the research side, it can be a little more useful depending on what you're doing. But in general meteorological analysis, chemistry is not super important. You just need to have a background in it, basic understanding. Other classes taken in high school. I guess that's really it, to be honest with you. Just make sure you study hard. Do well on the ACT or the SAT and get a scholarship, and that's the best thing you can do. Okay, in my opinion, a derecho is technically possible tomorrow, but it's not a slam dunk. Yeah, no, I agree. I think a moderate risk for wind damage, like driven by the wind threat, not by the tornado threat, is definitely on the table tomorrow. Now, I will say the Storm Prediction Center is often going to be very hesitant to issue a moderate risk for wind damage or for a wind threat, just because a lot of people they're like, oh, red's on the map, it must mean tornadoes are coming. So they might be a little hesitant for that, but it's definitely on the table. I'm just a little worried about that since we have a lot of trees around us. Couplets. Relative velocity. Yeah, I think I talked about that. I didn't know that people still don't know that heat lightning isn't real. Isn't that more accurate for looking at a tornado than standard velocity? Yeah, your storm relative velocity is infinitely more accurate for identifying rotation than your base velocity product. Will is going to turn this into a YouTube short. It's not even up to me. That's up to Ben and Adrian and Lorian. They determine what gets turned into a short. And then like I just say sure or nah. All I get is the veto. I get the option to veto. Okay. Just really need to focus on HO and C. HON and C. Wait, what do you mean? Logan said, he's going to bed. Well, thank you very much for tuning in this evening. How hard is calculus if you barely passed algebra 1 in geometry? Is going to be hard. Is going to be really hard because you need trig. And that's a step above geometry and many steps above algebra 1. Blake, you're cooked. Okay, you're not cooked. You're the goat. To be fair, trig is really mostly applicable for calculus 1, and it's more of just like a shortcut if you know the unit circle. It's not really that important for calculus. But a lot of trig concepts are used in calculus, but in a different way. And I honestly think calculus is easier than trig, to be quite honest with you, which is kind of a weird, because calculus inherently is technically a lot harder than trig, but I found calculus a lot easier. I didn't like trig. Trig was not my friend. Chemistry. Yeah, chemistry is important to have a basic understanding. It's not super important though for like operational meteorology or it's definitely not important for broadcast meteorology. It's not even really important for like radar analysis or general forecasting. It is important if you want to be in the research sector. So don't take meteorology. No, I take it, dude. If that's what your passion is, you should pursue whatever your passion is. Was our Alberta tornado warning lifted? It was. Good. Still a hail spike, though. Definitely could be producing hail. Golf ball to tennis ball sized hail is what they have it tagged with, which is probably accurate. Still got a pretty strong hail spike in there. Not quite as vicious as it was looking earlier. Apparently, there's news coming out of yesterday's floods that we have at least 2 fatalities, unfortunately, somewhere in Texas. I think this is Uvalde. Yeah. So that's really sad to hear. I'm struggling in math though. Is EC available in college? What is EC? Yeah, the Alberta tornado warning got lifted. We got that. We got that orange severe thunderstorm warning in there now, indicative of golf ball to tennis ball sized hail is what they've got it tagged for, at least at the moment. And I can only get this information because of CanadaWx.com. Check it out. Shout out Hayden. Uvalde in Carey County, Texas. Yeah. Kerr County. Yeah. Oh, extra credit? Is extra credit available in college? That entirely depends on the college you're at, the professor you have. Yeah, it entirely depends on those two things. Generally, no. Like I would say on average, no. extra credit's not available, at least in my experience. I did take a lot of classes that had extra credit, but I would say less than half of the classes I had. And the extra credit you get is usually not a lot, it's just like a little bit of a grade booster for people who might be borderline, which is good. It's good to have those things. You're in Alberta. Are you southwest of Edmonton, where we've got this storm that's produced a tornado and produced a lot of hail? Luca, it depends. If whether or not you're in danger entirely depends on where you're at. Alberta is very, very large. In general, you're most likely not in danger unless you happen to be right below this storm, which is pretty far southwest of Edmonton, south of Edson, southeast of Hinton, northwest of Nordig. You're in Jasper National Park. Oh. Okay, if you're in like the town of Jasper, you should be okay because the storm's pretty far off to your east. So if that's where you're at, you should be okay. So for reference, here's where you would, whoops, why am I using black still? Here's where you are out in Jasper, and that storm is all the way out here. You'll see it off to your east. You'll see that lightning over the horizon. I know you still got a couple hours or like a couple minutes of sunlight left out there, though. All right, Lucas, stay safe. How long does calculus take? All of them. That's the only thing holding me back from going into college. Well, it can depend if you pass your classes. Most universities do only calculus 1 through 3. So 3 semesters, a year and a half. Not long. You take calculus 1 in the fall, calculus 2 in the spring, calculus 3 the following fall. But for Mississippi State University, we have 4 calculus courses. And so for me, it took 4 semesters, 2 years. And then after that, I took differential equations, linear algebra, and mathematical foundations of machine learning, and a bunch of other jazz. I will say we crested 100 likes on this broadcast for a very low end day. So I really appreciate everybody stopping in at different times tonight. We're not ending things off just yet, but I'm going to stay with things a little longer and make sure that nothing crazy is going to happen. And then we'll probably end off here within the next 30 minutes for sure. Is the refs good for hurricanes? I mean, I'm not a model specialist to tell you exactly what I think. Like, I don't know. No, you guys can ask as many questions as you want. Don't worry about apologizing for asking questions. I love questions. Is the refs model good for hurricanes? I honestly don't think I have like a perfect answer for you on that. In general, most models are not amazing with hurricanes. The Euro does okay in the short term. I tend to like it with hurricanes. And by the short term, I mean like 3 to 4 days leading up to. Of course, your cams are always going to be very short term stuff, so they're going to do okay. Like, the HUR and the NAM 3K, and those things are going to do like okay with hurricane events, those convective allowing models, but that's not really going to help you that much. That's only going to help you out, the day before landfall for the HUR, for example. Huh? Oh, yeah. We have a ton of lightning on this cam from Quincy, Florida right now in the bottom left-hand corner. You can actually full screen that if you want. A lot of flashes of lightning showing up on this camera in Florida. And you'll see that severe thunderstorm warning out there in Wisconsin from our former supercell that's really, really falling apart out there, which is fantastic news. I'm going to jump on the radar down to Florida and take a look at this storm. So here's where Quincy is. We're just northwest of Tallahassee. And you can see there is a lot of lightning showing up on the map, but honestly, not quite as much lightning as I thought I would see on the map from what we're seeing in that photo. A lot of lightning in that photo, or in that camera feed, excuse me. Can you take calculus during the summer while in high school? It's cheaper and hopefully have a tutor. Well, you can get tutors in college too, for sure. I don't know if you mean between semester or between years, like between your junior and senior year of high school, if that's what you're talking about, or if you mean after you graduate high school but before you start college. If you mean after high school and before you start college, usually that's going to be much more expensive, unless you do it at like a local community college and transfer the credit. That can work sometimes. I don't think I would recommend it, to be honest with you. I think you're better off starting with Calculus 1 and going through Calculus 1, 2, and 3 all at the same place, within the same department. You're much more likely to have less headaches when you do something like that. So, all right, we do still have the severe thunderstorm warning in place. Okay, for Bay, Franklin, and Gulf counties in Florida. And this is all southwest of Tallahassee. In Georgia, we have Coffee County within a severe thunderstorm warning, as well as Ben Hill and Irwin County. So this is this stronger thunderstorm out here that is definitely producing some gustier winds, and a very tall one here with definitely a very powerful updraft and strong overshooting top. Could see a little bit of hail in this guy as well. Not really expecting a lot, but generally just a ton of rain, some gusty winds and lightning with this one. It's headed towards Fitzgerald, Queensland, Irwinville, Osceola, and Ozierfield. And then finally, in Price, Wisconsin, where our original storm from that we were watching quite a while ago is really dwindling. That severe thunderstorm warning will be lifted any second. I'm sure it doesn't need to be there anymore because that one's falling apart. I mean, it could be there for like a little bit of a microburst. You can leave it up there for a few more minutes, but nothing crazy. I'm going to keep Florida on the map for the time being. Okay, Adrian, go ahead. Mm-hmm. Interesting. I'm somewhat surprised that they maintain that 2%. So Adrian's just let me know that they've maintained the 2% tornado risk throughout the evening here, and they put a new mesoscale discussion for these storms that are headed towards areas like Sheboygan in Michigan and eventually Rogers City for a little bit of a windbag event. You can already see it forming here. You got that very classic looking windbag type cluster of storms that's crossing Lake Michigan right now. And yeah, we're still looking at these stronger storms down here associated with the tropical disturbance going on. These are impacting currently the panhandle of Florida. A lot of stronger storms down there. Okay, between junior and senior year, you're going into junior year. So if you mean you're taking it within your high school and not for college credit, then yeah, you could definitely do that, I'm sure. But you'd have to figure that out with your local high school. I have no idea what your local high school has to offer. Cruz said he's headed out. Appreciate you checking in tonight. What's my opinion on the Jarrell F5? I mean, I don't know if I have an opinion on it. I mean, are you talking about it being recently downgraded? I think that is that the one that recently got downgraded to an F4, like out of nowhere? Or is that not? Refresh my memory. Tell me a little more. Yeah, we can definitely go through a couple more questions if anybody has any about anything meteorological or what we're doing with Will Bratton WX or anything. Happy to answer anything like that. You heard it here first, Jarella. Okay, so that was not the right one. Okay, Adrian, are you flaming me? That's not the right one. What was the one that I was just hearing about that was like downgraded from an F5 to an F4, like strangely after the fact? I don't know if this is a recent thing. Yeah, Caleb, definitely want to get the GPA the GPA up. Now you can still get into college with that for sure. Your options are going to be a little more limited and you're not going to get the scholarships that you might be looking for. Are there any active tornado warnings? No, there are not. We have no tornado warnings at the moment. Will Michigan State win the Natty in basketball this year? No. Nope. Because you spelled Mississippi wrong. I'm kidding. We are not. Mississippi State. I'm wearing Mississippi State polo right now, actually. We're not winning the Natty, bro. We're not. We might make the tournament. Maybe. We're okay. I like Josh Hubbard a lot. I do. We just haven't been able to build the right team around him. And I like Chris Jans, too, as the coach. We just haven't had the right culture. We haven't built the right team around him. Yeah, it just is what it is. We were pretty good a couple of years ago, like 2 years ago. Team was solid. Our baseball program's good. Our women's soccer team is awesome. I don't want to talk about our football team right now, though. I like Jeff Lebby, though. And I like Kamario Taylor. I don't know. I'm not convinced that we're going to be anything this year, at least. Hi, I'm new here. What is fear-mongering? Great question. Fear-mongering is when other YouTubers will take so for example, the day one outlook today was this, right? Where you just have a couple regions with a marginal risk in place, right? And general thunderstorm risk everywhere else. But a lot of other YouTubers will just take red and slap it all over the map. They'll highlight half of the country in red like this and be like, watch out, you're going to die. Everyone's going to die. Extreme storms expected. And then get you to click on their video. And so what happens is that more people click on those videos, which is good in the short term, because what happens is more people become weather aware in the short term, right? That's a good thing. You're using clickbait in a good way. But the second you start to desensitize them, so essentially when that viewer comes back a second time and a third time to your video, and they realize that you're just like sensationalizing everything and nothing's really happening, or there are storms that are happening, but it's still being sensationalized to the maximum, those people immediately stop paying attention to the weather. They're more likely at that point to not pay attention to the weather than they were previously. So more people get hurt, more people are at risk than they otherwise would have been because people are desensitizing them. It's really dangerous. It's really harmful. And I hate it. And that's why we exist. That is why we're doing what we're doing, because I saw a problem and I felt like we could solve it by putting out good weather content the right way, the way it should be done for the people. Because the reality is you have to make a living if you're going to do something like this full time. You know, I have to be able to make a living doing this too. But I'm never going to sacrifice my morals for that. There's a way that you can do it, which is how we're doing it, where you can accomplish what you need to accomplish to be able to pay your staff, be able to make a living for yourself, to maybe send your kids to college one day. That's a future goal of mine, without doing that garbage stuff to scare people and inevitably lead to doing more bad than good in the community. We're also going to be doing a nonprofit eventually, because our number one goal is to do good in the community. That's the whole purpose of this project, is to undo the negative effects of fear mongering and try and rebuild trust between meteorologists and the public. We're advocates for the Storm Prediction Center and the National Weather Service, and the National Hurricane Center. We think they do a great job. We're advocates for people, for your local meteorologists, who also do a pretty solid job in a lot of cases. Now, obviously, there's bad apples out there for sure, but there's a lot of great local meteorologists that do a good job. But unfortunately, people are just going to YouTube or going to other social media platforms and just clicking on, the stuff they're being clickbaited into looking at. And it's not their fault. The public are not a stupid people. Like human beings and Americans and Canadians are not stupid people. Like they're just being taken advantage of right now. And eventually they're going to catch on and get sick of that stuff. And we want to provide the option where things are being done the right way so people can come and hear about what we're doing. Whoa! Cubs fans with the $50 super chat. Do I have a user's guide for Weather Circle? No, I don't. I hate that that's the answer to the question. You spent $50 to ask. I really, really appreciate that. My goodness. Wow. Dude, I really appreciate that, man. That is incredible. You did not have to do that. Everybody better be showing Cubs fans KH some absolute love in the chat right now, because that was incredibly kind. But wow. Wow. XX Monster, I appreciate you for the subscription, by the way. And that is the number one way to support the work that we do, is to just like and subscribe and share. Obviously, if you feel so inclined, like Cubs fan, you could send super chats and stuff. I really appreciate that. That's really generous. That's really, really helpful for myself and the team. Comp Guy 5, welcome back. Are 10 racing reflectivities thumbnails good? I'm not gonna lie, I have no idea. Hang on. I see a thumbnail using a Storm Prediction Center outlook, so automatically that's better than what a lot of people are doing. I don't know if I'm looking at the right page. This is from 5 months ago. But I'm seeing Storm Prediction Center stuff on there, so that's a good thing. That automatically makes me happy. We'll continue to support you and spread the word. I really appreciate that. Really, really, really appreciate that. Can we throw it back to the Cubs fan? Because I'm a Cardinals fan. That's funny. Wow. Well, if I get a degree in meteorology in 2032, can I be a part of the team? Well, that's 6 years from now. So first you got to get there, but sure, in some way, maybe. I mean, obviously, there's no guarantee. I have no idea what things are going to look like 6 years from now. I don't know what things are going to look like 6 months from now. I don't even know what things are going to look like 6 weeks from now with the way that we're growing. Things are happening very, 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 very quickly. So actually, I'm a 65-year-old grandma. Well, thank you very much for spending some of your time with us and supporting us. I really, really appreciate it. A great rivalry. Yeah, Cubs and Cardinals is unironically one of the better rivalries in all of sports. I hate seeing the Cubs succeed as a Cardinals fan, but I do always want the Cubs to be good so that the rivalry games are competitive and mean more, and are more widely talked about too. Shout out Mississippi State. True. Shout out plays Jordan on the Cards. Also true. Shout out Jordan Walker for just winning the home run derby. That's awesome. First Cardinal in history to win the home run derby, I believe. That's cool. What should your GPA be at least to get into meteorology? At the very least, in high school, I would definitely make sure that you have a 3.0. You got to keep in mind you're going into a STEM major that's very, very math heavy and very, very science heavy. So schools are decently selective with that. And they're not really selective about like, you know, your letter in your application or anything like that. Like it's more about like, do you meet the certain thresholds where they think you're going to succeed at the university and stay at the university to bring them more money and tuition, essentially. Because that's the reality. It's a business too for them, right? They want to keep their numbers high because they want more people to come to the university in the future. I don't remember what my GPA was in high school, to be honest with you. It was below a 4.0. I know that much. It wasn't super, super high. Like it wasn't anything crazy. Like I know people who had a 5.0, like a, which is crazy. They had that weighted 5.0 GPA with all the crazy classes they took. I was nothing like that, but I've been very successful in college. I just graduated, with a 3.68 or something like that in my undergrad degree, and I got accepted to do my master's program at the university and selected as a TA, all because of the accomplishments that I had in college. So, like, your GPA is not everything, is what I'm trying to say. It doesn't necessarily matter that much. You just need to get in. You need to get in and try and get that scholarship money the best way that you can to support the work that you're doing. No matter what team Shohei is the GOAT. I don't disagree with that. I mean, well, he's definitely the current best player of all time. The greatest of all time in history, definitely possible. But I need him to exist for longer before I'm willing to say that. Just the same way Messi was probably the greatest of all time when he was younger too. But it took time for us to be able to comfortably say that. And Otani is he's 32. So it won't be long. I looked that up, by the way. I didn't know how old he was. I just knew he wasn't as old as I would want him to be to call him the GOAT. But by the time he's like 37, that conversation will be long since had by then. Like it'll probably around the time he's 35 that can really start to be in the conversation, at least for me personally. I'm sure people are going to talk about it as people started talking about it years ago because it gets clicks and attention. People want to talk about it, but I was looking at the National Weather Service outlook for tomorrow. I don't like seeing that 5% tornado chance. That's the number one reason why I hate thunderstorms, because tornadoes and do damage. This is true, but keep in mind that tomorrow's number one threat is actually a wind threat. And it's a 45% risk for damaging winds for a very large area. In fact, 37 million people within that 45% risk. Very, very populated areas: Pittsburgh, Cleveland, Buffalo, Philly, Baltimore, DC, like Newark, other areas that are out here. I don't know what other areas do I know exist out here. What's that city? It's like I was gonna say Buckingham. It's Bingham. It's Binghamton, I think, here in southern New York. Anyway, lots of populated areas. Williamsport in there as well. And become supportive alumni of the university. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. They want people that are going to go through, have a good experience at the university, graduate, and then become alumni who care about the university and will give back to it. You're absolutely right, Scott. That's a ball knowledge shout right there. Thoughts on Monday? Well, Monday is looking at this large 15% region, and I think Monday and Tuesday have the potential to be pretty solid days, especially Monday. We will be live covering it, and I'm going to have multiple storm chasers out there on Monday. Obviously, today's a low end day, so Mikey was kind enough to cover things out in Indiana for us today. But we're really looking at Monday, maybe Sunday as well, but especially Monday and maybe even Tuesday for a couple of larger days for severe weather. We're going to be paying very close attention to. I think Monday could be pretty solid. I haven't forecasted for it super in depth. We're going to be doing that on Sunday. On Monday, Monday morning. We're going to have a forecast video coming out Monday morning. I will be forecasting for it on Sunday, but our forecast video will drop Monday morning. What's happened for the 15% in South Carolina? Are you talking about for Tuesday? The Storm Prediction Center's API for the day 5 outlook has been messed up. I mean, on Tuesday, we're back into the Ohio Valley and Pennsylvania again. Maybe you're talking about the day 6 outlook, which is Wednesday. Of course, that's far out. But that doesn't really include South Carolina. It's North Carolina. What's the timing for the storms in Cincinnati tomorrow? Give me a minute. I can figure it out. It's in our forecast video. So you could definitely give that a look, as that's probably the best the best source for your query. But Cincinnati, I'm thinking into the like after dinner time for sure. Like I'm thinking like 7, 8, 9 type of region for Cincinnati tomorrow. Yeah, what's up, Adrian? Yeah. Yeah, it's a good shout. We do have 12 considerable, or excuse me, 11 considerable flash flood warnings on the map right now. We have a handful in Arizona. That's going to include, let's see, how many of these considerables are in Arizona? Looks like 4. So we have 4 considerable flash flood warnings for Mojave, Apache, and Coconino counties here in Arizona. And then one of them is just across the border in California it's just split between Arizona and California. And that one's for San Bernardino County. We also have a considerable flash flood warning in Utah. This one's going to be back towards St. George. It's actually a pair of polygons here. So this is Washington County in Utah, where both of these considerable flash flood warnings are. That's for areas like Pine Valley, Leeds, Central even. In Idaho, we're looking at Boise and Custer as another pair of considerable flash flood warnings. These areas haven't really gotten that much rain. I'm kind of surprised to see these here. Yeah, it looks like they've only gotten less than an inch of rain in some of these areas, but flash flooding is occurring. So it doesn't take much sometimes. And then in Tennessee, Putnam County, we're still looking at, this is the Cookeville area. We're still looking at this considerable flash flood warning that's been in place for a while today. It only has 17 minutes remaining on it. Other flash flood warnings around the map, we've got a pair in Ohio for the Cincinnati area. That's going to be for Claremont and Hamilton counties. Down in Georgia, we're looking at another couple out here. This is going to be for Emmanuel, Montgomery, Toombs, Troitland, Wheeler, Schley, and Sumter counties. And then in Kentucky, we're looking at Cumberland and Monroe counties here. That's areas like Vernon, south of Burkesville, and Marrowbone. And then finally in Arizona, we're looking at Pima County, west Tucson, an area that's gotten tons of storms here in southern Arizona. This whole area has gotten why am I using this like red color? This whole area has gotten so many storms in the last like week or so. So it won't surprise me to see more flash flood warnings in this area with any other pop-up storms that do fire off. This one has an hour and 45 minutes remaining on it, basically just for Shook County, or for the city of Shook, I should say. Do I know about the dust storm warning? Honestly, no, I did not know that we had a dust storm warning currently in place. We did just get a brand new severe thunderstorm warning here for Mojave and San Bernardino counties across Arizona and California, respectively. So areas like Desert Hills, Lake Havasu City, Topic, Needles, even Willow Valley, and Franconia. So that's a new one that's going to last for an hour here. The dust storm warning, I'm assuming you're talking about somewhere in the Northeast, maybe in Michigan or something, because that's where all of the ash has been from the wildfire. There's a lot of contaminated air. In our forecast video, we talked about this in pretty good detail, taking a look at what that near surface smoke density is looking like over the next day or so. The good news is I think things are actually going to retreat back towards the Northeast a lot quicker than was originally forecast in my forecast video. So a lot of that smoke's going to start to clear out really overnight tonight. And especially by the time we get through the evening on Saturday, it'll mostly be gone for a large portion of the country, except maybe like the Upper Peninsula of Michigan and maybe areas in Wisconsin. So like the majority of the East Coast and the Ohio Valley will not have much of that smoke, ash, and dust left. There will still be some, but not a lot. All right. Does anybody have anything else they want to talk about this evening in terms of any questions, meteorological or not, or anything like that? Are those special marine warnings related to the tropical disturbance? Yes, they are. These are these stronger storms out here off the into the Gulf, really, off the coast of areas like Port St. Joe. These ones are just tagged for up to 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts here, or actually 55-mile-per-hour wind gusts, I believe is what they are. Oh wow, Dave McCook with the $10 super chat saying, "Good job, Will." Well, thank you very much. Really unnecessary. You guys don't have to send super chats, but I'm really grateful. It does fund the work that we do. Um, so I really, really appreciate it. Really, really kind of you, man. I really appreciate it, guys. It's really incredible the support that we've got. We just want to do things the right way. We want to make a difference. And I mean, our hope and my hope every single day is just that mission's resonating with people, and people want to be a part of what we're doing and want to help us help other people. So I really appreciate all the support. It means a lot to the team too. Obviously, for this is like it's my company, it's my brand, my whatever, but it's a team that we have here of a lot of people, and a lot of them are like I'm unable to pay them what they deserve at this moment, and I will be paying them more than they deserve before I ever take a dime personally from the revenue that we get. So for them, it really is a great like sign. And it's really encouraging to see like the support that we're getting. So it means a lot to me because my like one of my dreams is to be able to support my friends, and help them sustain their families and their own lives. That's one of my goals. It's one of my biggest dreams. So yeah. Yeah. I can never get over there. Okay, what do we got? Oh yeah. So near Rice Lake, really a handful of areas of possible rotation. Now, I will say what we're looking at here. Whoops. Yeah, I mean, I will say the rotation isn't incredibly crazy looking. It's definitely there. The one near Rice Lake in Campia looks the best. So definitely some stuff to watch out for. A lot of just broad circulations going on. Why is Rice Lake named Rice Lake? I wish I knew. Alberta put down a hog earlier. Yeah, I did see that. Someday that viewer count will be 750K and more. I mean, look, obviously we want to reach as many people as possible, right? Because our goal is to make a difference. But like the numbers don't really mean as much to me. I hope we can reach that many people. I mean, that would be a dream. But I'm not sitting here like watching the numbers. I just want to be able to sustain the work that we're doing, and try to make a difference. I mean, the numbers are not the most important thing to me. But that would be incredible to be able to reach that many people. You deserve it. Well, I really appreciate that. Michelle saying, you're already making a difference. I'll always promote you to everyone I can. Well, I really appreciate that too. Those things are so incredibly helpful. Word of mouth is the best way to grow anything. So, yeah, I'm just really grateful. Do you need volunteers? I can't be full-time, even part-time, but we're willing to help here and there. When we do, we'll put out announcements so that people can get in touch with our team. Right now we're good. We're in a good spot right this second, but there might be a point at where we need to expand operations a little bit further. There's a local area emergency for a wildfire in California. Interesting. I did not see that. It's just like, okay. Yeah, I think we'll probably go about another 20 minutes here and make sure that these storms here in central northern Wisconsin don't do anything. I guess this is more of like northwestern Wisconsin, really. Make sure they don't do anything crazy. And then we would probably end the broadcast like at a couple minutes before 10 or something like that. See if we can hit that 4-hour mark on the broadcast. We're like exactly 20 minutes away from it right now. Ghost Rider, I appreciate the sub, man. I really appreciate that. The number one way that you guys can support is like, subscribe, and share it with your friends and family. And again, I know I promote our website a lot, but I'm doing it again. We gain nothing from people visiting our website, by the way. Oh, and one thing that's cool, I don't know if I've showed this on broadcast, a brand new feature, and we have a lot of really cool features coming to our website soon, but this is one we rolled out early, is we can actually see all of our members down here. And even you can hover over it and see who they are. It's like, here's our editor, Ben. You can see him right there. There's Cruz, for example, and there's Hayden. All sorts of folks down there. It shows everybody. And this list manually updates. Like we manually update it every so often. Like, you know, after every broadcast or something like that, we can do it. And it shows everybody. So we also made the buttons light up when you hover over them, just an extra little quality of life touch. A few other changes as well, but yeah, you can see our broadcast live on the homepage too. There was an issue with this before, but we fixed it. So everything's good there. But the reason I share our website, by the way, not to get off on a tangent about the the cool features and everything that are coming, is because on our website, we have the Outlook tool where you can easily share this stuff with your friends and family. You can zoom in. And when you zoom in, you can right click and copy. And when you do that, you can paste that image for your zoomed in point of view. So if you're in Green Bay, for example, and you want to show, your family and friends what's coming their way. Obviously, this is nothing coming tonight, of course, really. But you could copy that and send it to your friends and family. Or if you want the full map with the legend and everything like that, in all of its glory, you can get that by just hitting the download button. It'll give you the full map, so you can send it to your friends and family. And we gain literally nothing from people using this tool. It's what we gain is helping the community, because that's our number one goal. So it's just a great tool to visualize the weather that's coming, help people stay weather aware. And you can see all of the risks, the areas that are within risk, including the square mileage, the population, the large population centers within the different risk zones. And then you can even read the Storm Prediction Center's forecast discussion if you would like. Same thing goes with like the tornado probabilities, the wind probabilities, the hail probabilities, everything. And you can read about all of that too. You can read where the different areas that are within tornado risk zones and everything too. And then you can go to the forecast tool even to get your local forecast. Like for me, you can see I'm under a heat advisory, and I can read all about that. And then it tell me my current conditions. It'll tell me the risk for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And if you click that, it takes you to the outlooks. And it'll also tell you the risk for every single day for the next 5 days, and just the general forecast for the next 5 days. So again, this is just a really useful tool that we made for the people. We gain nothing from people using it. I'm not trying to sell you anything by telling you guys to use it. I think it's a really useful tool. So definitely check it out. Dave McCook has joined us as a Cirrus member. I really appreciate that. You'll show up on our website now pretty soon. We'll probably update it tomorrow or Sunday morning or something. So all the new members will show up. Of course, we've gotten a handful. So everybody's new smiling faces will show up on there as well. Are there any storms for AirVenture? Going to the air show for AirVenture. I don't know where that is. AirVenture air show. It's in Oshkosh, Wisconsin, apparently. For when am I looking for? It looks like it is Monday through Saturday. That doesn't make much sense. Huh. If you can give me a little bit more specific detail, I can give you a good answer, Ghost Rider. Thanks. Alrighty. Electric tornado storms weather in the chat. Good to see you back. How are you? Very smoky here in Ohio. Yeah, hopefully that smoke's going to start to recede out of your area by tomorrow evening. That's kind of my expectation. I'm doing great, though. Not a ton of severe weather this evening. We did have a couple of brief moments of concern, but nothing crazy. Had a tornado again out in Alberta. That seems to be the trend for all of our broadcasts these days. Wow. Smells horrible outside. How about smoke in Michigan? Yeah, you're still gonna have lingering smoke in Wisconsin and Michigan, especially the Upper Peninsula over the next couple of days. But it's gonna be receding. A lot of that smoke's gonna start to dwindle out, especially in the Northeast in the Ohio Valley. It's really gonna start to dwindle out and pull out of your area a little bit over the next like 2 days. But then in the Upper Peninsula in Wisconsin, it's gonna last a little longer, unfortunately. Any severe weather next week? It's a little too far out for me to tell, but it looks like Monday, Wisconsin will definitely be within at least some sort of a risk. Most likely not for for Tuesday and Wednesday, but it's definitely still possible. You get like small events like what you're having tonight, for example, where it's kind of hard to know until the day before. Fingers crossed that someday you sign Connor. I assume you're talking about Connor Croft. He was I talked to him a decent amount. He's a great guy. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. I appreciate your streams. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate you being here. I hope we get a good storm in Sunbury, Ohio tomorrow. As long as no one gets hurt. Yeah, that's the golden rule. Storms are powerful. They're beautiful. I love them, but I don't want them to impact people. Do I go out and storm chase as well? Yes, I do. I do go out and storm chase myself. I think it can be a little ingenuine to like sit in front of the screen and try and tell people what to do all the time if you never go out and experience it yourself. Now, keep in mind, I'm not saying that every meteorologist needs to be a storm chaser and go chase often, but if you haven't ever chased storms and you don't know what that's like to be in that environment, you need to do that if you want to be able to communicate effectively to the public, in my opinion. The biggest tornado I've seen was the Bogachita tornado 2 months ago. Down in Mississippi. It was near Brookhaven, Mississippi in Bogachita. And it was a mile wide EF3 rain wrapped right in the heart of Dixie Alley. Weather Wisdom, I saw that message. I'm going to get back to him soon. That's a buddy of mine. Apparently the Hurricane Hunters are going to be deploying Sunday at 18Z. So that's cool. Good night, Cubs fan. SKH. Good night to you and your Bulldogs. And thank you so much for the super chat earlier. I really appreciate that. That tornado didn't get an official rating. Are you sure? The Bogachita storm? I mean, that was the clearest EF3 damage indicators that have ever existed. I've a ton of photos of it. I can't believe that wasn't confirmed at least an EF3. It could have maybe been an EF4, but I don't think so. I think it was like a medium to high end EF3. It wasn't, I don't think it was an EF4. Yep, that's the one. May 6th. The storm out here isn't going to go like too terribly far. It's probably going to make it towards around here and then begin to dissipate over the next like hour to 2 hours. I don't even think it's going to make it that far, to be honest with you, but interesting. Amber, I appreciate you pointing that out. Honestly, I didn't know that. I thought it had been confirmed. I don't know why it's been, 2 months. I'd love to storm chase, but I live in Alberta, so I'd have to do a lot of traveling. Well, I will say Alberta has been the hotspot the last couple of days. We've had just literally a bunch of tornadoes in Alberta. We had one earlier tonight. Ben, what is that message that you sent at 8:54, bro? In the broadcast clips thread, bro. Any smoke in Alberta? Most likely not. All that smoke was mostly from fires in this area. And that northwesterly flow brought all of it down to New England, and it's kind of sat there. Main things we want to know about the storms: flood in Texas, big tornado in Canada. Yep, that's been the day tonight. Why did they change the Vegeta scale? Okay, so the original scale had a lot of flaws, and basically they just made it better. They improved and changed all the damage indicators with a new study to effectively, or what they believe to be effectively, identify a wind speed based on a damage indicator. That's what they did. I love weather, but scared to get out and storm chase. No, that's okay. If you're not a meteorologist and you don't know what you're doing, you shouldn't go storm chase. It's dangerous. It puts yourself and other people on the roadway in danger. But if you're a meteorologist and you know what you're doing, then I recommend getting out there and facing that fear. Hello, Taylor. Good to see you tonight. Taylor, I'm not going to lie. I can't wait for your first article. Subtle foreshadowing, by the way. If you know, you know. Big announcements coming soon for WillBrattonWx. It's subtle. No, that's subtle. You're welcome, Ghost Rider. I appreciate you being here. I'd love to see a tornado in a field far away from danger for some time. Yeah, that's my thing, dude. Like I would love to see a tornado in the open, the open fields in Oklahoma or Kansas or Nebraska or South Dakota. Even Colorado, like Eastern Colorado is a great spot too. And I got one in South Dakota, but I haven't ever gotten a photogenic tornado so far. So yeah, no, you're good, Taylor. It's not a big rush. Yes, I have storm chased in Kansas. I've storm chased in a lot of states now. Missouri, Illinois, Kentucky, Mississippi. Okay, and then we went Oklahoma, Texas, Kansas, Colorado, Nebraska, Wyoming, South Dakota, and Montana. And then also Iowa. I think that's it. So 13 states I've storm chased in. Adrian, bro. Shout out my pride and joy, Nebraska. Give me some Nebraska emojis in the chat. Man, you're only a half hour away from that, Michelle. That's crazy. This is the stupid Nebraska emoji just getting spammed in the chat. Cracking me up for some reason. The Nebraska counter is getting high, bro. We're at, I just said it again, and we're at 53. I mean, by the time we, oh man, like, there's going to be a point where we're going to have to limit the Nebraska command to just moderators because people are just going to start spamming it to get the count up. You know, once people come in who don't know the lore and the plot, like, what state is Omaha in? Oh man, I don't remember. You should make Nebraska merch. It's crazy that you say that because it already exists. For those who don't know, I've actually never plugged our merch store in a broadcast or video. We do have a merch store where 20% of proceeds go to disaster relief. And we're going to do bigger things with this. That's why we haven't really plugged it too much yet. But we do have a merch shop. And here's the Nebraska t-shirt featured. We have a lot of cool products, and all of our storm chasers are going to be able to put collections on the website too. Adrian is the only one who has a collection on the site right this moment, but you can support all of our chasers and support disaster relief by getting cool merch. Eventually, my goal is to have this 20% of proceeds going to disaster relief be 100%. That's the goal. We just have to grow a little bit first. Make sure I can feed all the mouths that we've got. But we have a lot of cool products here on our shop. I love it. We got a Fat Cape t-shirt, which is cool. I like the whiteout hoodie a lot. I still haven't even bought one of these for myself. I need to get my hands on one of these eventually. The Nebraska t-shirt's an all-timer. It's got the patch logo on the front, and then the back, it's the my Lord and Savior, Nebraska. I'm kidding. And you can view this right from our website where it says shop. It'll take you back and forth. So it's just shop.WillBrattonWx.com. For anybody who may be interested in that, I'll just drop the link in the chat. But you guys do not need to buy merch if you don't want to do that. It's only if you want to. I'm not even trying to push the merch yet necessarily, but anyone who wants to, still feel free. I'm not going to stop you, but I did not know you had a shop. Yep, we do. We have some cool stuff. We have more cool stuff coming. Like I said, more of our Storm Chasers are going to have collections on there soon. Nancy Weems in the chat. Good to see you tonight. Can I check if there's a rotation in Kentucky? Sure. I doubt there is, but I'll check. No problem. Lebanon? No, there's nothing going on in Lebanon, Kentucky. You are all good there. All good there. The koozies are nice. Yeah. Yeah, the Fat Cape shirt is out. Cat's out of the bag. I haven't even bought a Nebraska shirt or a Fat Cape shirt yet. I'm behind on all this stuff. I've just been grinding, man. I haven't like every dollar has been going right into the business so far. I'm partially being serious and partially not. Of course, I'm not every dollar is going to the business. I gotta survive and things like that too. Other stuff for myself here and there. But do you think you'll ever do keychains or stickers? Absolutely. Yeah. We want to do stickers. That's a big thing we want to do. We're just I don't know the best way to go about it. Like our provider can do stickers. We just haven't really set it up yet because I don't know the exact best way to do it. Keychains, I don't know if they can do, to be honest with you, but I would love to do keychains. Petition for us to all show up to grad stats in our Fat Cape t-shirts. I'd be down. That would be hilarious. Juan, good to see you in the chat. I'm doing well. I hope you're doing well. Redbubble for stickers. Okay. On my website, is there a way to change it to Celsius? No, there actually isn't. And that's a good thought, to be honest. I'm assuming you're talking about the forecast page. That's actually really good feedback. I'm glad that you said that. I'm gonna message our developer of or our director of web development right now and actually let him know about that. Okay, I just sent a message to make sure that we get that done, taken care of. So we'll add the ability to do that at some point. Aaron J. Jack was reporting a wall cloud on the storm near Rocky Mountain House. Okay. I don't remember exactly where Rocky. There it is. That would be this one. Where'd my thing go? There it is. Yeah, it doesn't look crazy on radar. Again, I don't know how to properly interpret the Canadian radar data. I feel like a fish out of water. Yeah, person 620. We're gonna get that feature added on there. I think what we'll do is we'll allow the ability to toggle between Fahrenheit and Celsius, but then we'll also add like kilometers per hour for the wind or knots for the wind. I think that's really all we need. Oh, visibility is in miles. We could change that to kilometers. Okay, that's what we'll do. Everything else should be fine as is. So we would just need, yeah, Celsius, kilometers per hour or knots, and then kilometers for visibility. Perfect. Today's Plaz, welcome back. Good to see you. IMO, the Carvel radar shows that storm better. Okay. I believe you. Oh. Well, okay, this shows two discrete or two semi-discrete supercells, whereas this, to me, I guess I was interpreting this incorrectly, because this to me looks like just one mess. Whereas this radar looks to me like I'm looking at two semi-discrete supercells interacting with each other, where that's definitely rotation. Lebanon, Kentucky. I promise you, there's literally nothing in Lebanon, Kentucky right now. Like there's legitimately just some general showers in your area. There's nothing going on to worry about. Definitely no rotation there. On the latest radar scan, that rotation looks a lot weaker, and this is a really small cell out here. Do Kelvin too? I mean, I could do Kelvin, but no one's ever going to toggle to see the high temperature in Kelvin for their location. Maybe Dr. Mercer. Shout out Drewski. Is the red on the map dangerous? So all of this is a severe thunderstorm watch, these pink polygons here. And then these orange ones are for a strong thunderstorm. Or actually, these are yellow. I lied. These yellow ones are for just general severe thunderstorm warnings issued by Environment Canada. I mean, I use Scott to your point, like I use Kelvin for a lot of different things. But on my website where this is what you're seeing, you're just seeing what's the high and low temperature. Like no one needs to see that in Kelvin. Nobody cares about that. Like if I was showing a map of temperatures of like the whole country, then like a model output essentially, then we could definitely put Kelvin there. Smack my microphone with my hat. No, I mean, I'll humor you. Whoops. Even when you go up in the tilt angles, you just see some general stratiform rain here. Nothing going on with this. And you can look at your echo tops here. It's just general stratiform rain. There's nothing going on here for Lebanon, I promise. I'll come to more of your streams when you stream. Well, thank you very much. I'm happy to have you. Don't mean to ask so many questions. Dude, we love questions here. Questions are good, right? Because what do questions mean inherently? If someone has a question, it means they're curious about something or they need to know something. And whether it's curiosity or it's a need to know information, it doesn't matter because you're trusting us for that, to be that source of the information for you. And that's cool. We like that. So always ask as many questions as you want. I'm always going to answer every single question that I can get to in the chats. Of course, there might be a day where we're no longer able to read every chat message, and it might just be members only, for example, that I'm able to actually read the messages or something like that. But in general, I'm always going to do my best to answer every single question possible. I'm headed to bed. Bye, Will. All right, see you today's Plaz. I will say, we are going to actually go ahead and end the broadcast ourselves too here. We do have this remaining storm in Canada here, and you will see a lot of flash flood warnings still active in the United States. These are going to include Texas, Arizona, California, Utah, Ohio, Montana, Kentucky, and that's it. So we got like 12 flash flood warnings remaining on the map. Excuse me. Oh my goodness. But we're going to end off the broadcast this evening. Nothing crazy going on in the U.S. Just a couple of thunderstorms left. This one across the Arizona-California border for Mojave, Arizona, and San Bernardino County, California. In Georgia for Ben Hill and Irwin County, we still have that stronger storm that's weakening. So this one will expire in 2 minutes. So we won't have any severe thunderstorm warnings in Georgia. And then we have one up near Whitefish, Montana, which does have a little bit of hail going on in there. There's a very small 3-body scatter hail spike. So other than that, everyone should be okay for the rest of the evening. So I appreciate everybody tuning in. Again, I can't broadcast tomorrow night. I apologize. I'm going to be out of town, but we will be broadcasting Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. So back to back. So I'll see you guys then. We'll have a forecast coming Monday morning as well. So everyone stay safe out there, and we'll see you guys very soon. Thank you so much again for tuning in. Like and subscribe if you haven't done that already. Have a great night, everybody.